just give you guys the opportunity to get everything off your chest and 100% your side of what exactly happened back on September 16th, 2007. So when I took this, and I agreed to do it, and I started digging in, I got overwhelmed with the amount of information and just how in depth this case went. And so kind of before we get going, I just want to say, thank you to you guys and your families for helping me with all the information. Gina Keating did an amazing job on her podcast, which is the #1 thing that I used. And that's linked below. It is full of information that you can't find in the regular press, the mainstream media. Phil Cofield helped a lot, and support Raven23.com. There's a ton of information on there. And we'll be talking about documents, videos, all kinds of stuff, email chains, cables, safe harbor. Just for the audience, that will all be linked in the description. None of this shit is being made up. It's all fact, and it's documented. And the links are below. If you don't believe me or these guys, don't take our word for it. All the proof is below. So, it's kind of where I want to take this interview with you guys. There's a lot of people that don't know exactly what Blackwater is. So I kind of want to start at the beginning, or wait to get in. So I want to go around the room and get an introduction from you guys, kind of what you were doing before you went to Blackwater, how you got into Blackwater, what was the vetting and training like, when did you guys all meet, what was the option code, and the deployment schedule when you guys got in, then the walk us into the incident, the Raven 23 Blackwater Massacre, and then prison, what you guys are doing now. So let's just start with Paul. What were you doing before?
Before, I had just come back from the location in Iraq. We were primary convoy security and USD for battalion commander and our S3 shop. I'd come home and basically was working at a Home Depot, and it just wasn't a good fit. I missed the mission. I missed being in what I felt was an honorable task for the nation and helping another nation just come out of a horrific season that they had been in. And so ironically enough, and I met him, and I'd heard the name before, and I had a very limited understanding of really what Blackwater was, other than being in Iraq. And so I engaged with him and said, yeah, give me your resume and your IDs and we'll go from here. And so the process was really just kind of a back and forth, filling out the packet, and then being accepted and going through the vetting process there in Moria.
So you had combat tours before with military?
Yeah.
Where were you when 9/11 happened?
I was at the airfield. We were on the tarmac.
Watch out! Up there!
We were on what was Red Cycle at that time, and so we were attached to a tank battalion and a Ranger battalion, and we were set up as a response force for the Grove. And then, if there was a need for that. Yeah, we were sitting on the tarmac. Our lieutenant came outside and said, and at the moment, we were all just kind of ribbing one another because we were on this Red Cycle, right? That we were going to go deploy here, deploy there, deploy any other number of places in the world. Anyway, he said, yeah. He said, for real, we're under attack. And at the time, his father-in-law was a captain at the Pentagon. and we're reading all his rights. And he calls them. And so it's pretty awesome.
Nick?
So I was in the 82nd Airborne Division. I was an infantry sniper, and I was a team leader. I was at the point of re-enlistment, decided to stay in or get out, and they were pushing me to either go to Division Alert or to go to SFAS. And so I had to get out of the 82nd in order to do that. I had to out process, and part of that out process is you have to go to job fairs as well. And it was a triple canopy recruiter that picked me up first. They said, hey, you're sniper qualified, we could use you. And they said you can get into the OG area after you do some time on state. So that was my goal anyway. That's what I wanted to do. And, Blackwater ended up winning the contract. So it's just from triple canopy to Blackwater. They took me to training, and it was amazing, man. There was high level SEALs, high level CAG dudes, high level SF dudes. I was still doing that. And so they had been fighting longer than I'd been alive. So it was awesome. And they took me under their wing because I came with a real humble attitude, and I was just like, man, I don't know this stuff. I need you to help me. And they did. They were very awesome. And that was the best training I'd ever received. It was just out of this world how good we were training.
Just for the audience, the civilian types, can you describe what SFAS is?
Yeah, it's just the entry selection. I think it's called for Special Forces Assessment. So it's like
They wanted you to become a Green Beret.
yes, sir. You're trying out for Green Beret.
You've done combat tours.
Yes, sir. I had 2 tours with 82nd. My first tour was right around the Palouse area, and then that was we were basically attached to Special Forces units and CAG and stuff doing raids where we would just be at your high value targets. This is the hours in the ability to capture the thing together. And then after that, I came home. They slotted me to sniper school, and then my second deployment was more like a peacekeeping mission. It was just in the Kurdistan region. Nothing was really going on there, so it was very nice. I didn't like it at the time because it was infantry, and I was like, I need to be fighting. But looking back on it, it was nice because I got to see the dark side of Iraq and also the good side of Iraq. The Kurdish people, they loved us. First mission I went on, I was a team leader, and it was a very good chance we were going to get ambushed because it was basically a village that's set back in this mountainside, and it was almost like a cul-de-sac, the mountains, so there was only one way in and one way out. So I call a halt, and I'm like, I'm just going to push up, and if anything happens to me, y'all just leave. I was like, come back and get me ready to call an airstrike or whatever. And so as I'm pushing up, I notice these local villagers are kind of going in and out of their huts. And I see this woman come running out and she's holding something. So I look at her in my optic and she's got a tea kettle. And she's screaming and Kurdish saying, prepare this kid, welcome. And she sets the tea kettle on the fire. She starts dragging berries out of her house and I'm like, where are we at, man? It was like night and day difference. So it was very awesome just to see, my first tour they were shooting at us, they were blowing us up versus come have some tea with us. It was really good.
Evan?
Well, I grew up in New Hampshire, doing a lot of outdoor stuff, fly fishing, camping, hiking, things like that, playing sports, basketball. I was a big runner when I was a kid, and pretty much decided I was going to go in the Marine Corps pretty early. In 1998, when I was a junior in high school, I signed up for the delayed entry program, and me and my best friend were going to go in the Marine Corps together once we graduated. One of the big mistakes I made when I was a kid was basically just deciding pretty quick that I was going to go in the Marine Corps, but not really giving a lot of thought into what job I wanted to do. I just knew, my uncle was a Marine. The Marines are the toughest branch. I want to do something challenging. So I just signed up, and then I had a female recruiter, and she asked me, what do you want to do for a job? So she gave me the pamphlet, and I started looking through it. And of course, you see machine gunner, security forces, MP, things like that. So I said, you know what? I think I want to be in security forces. You know, I didn't do any research or anything like that. We didn't have the internet, so I just it sounded cool, and I was like, yeah, I'll do that. So she came back within a week and said, you know what? Because of the date that you and your best friend want to go to boot camp, there's going to be a big time gap between graduation of boot camp and when you can go to security forces school. So she said, pick something else. So I said, you know what? Put me in for MP. I want to be in military police. So same thing. A week later, she comes back and says, well, bad news. You have to be 19 to go to MP school. You're only 17 right now, so go ahead and pick something else. So, you know, typical kid, I went off doing whatever I was up to in those days. And about a month later, she called me and said, you know what? I found an MOS for you. I put it in for you. It's my MOS. You're gonna love it. It's you know, go to work in the morning, get done by 16:30, and that's it. And I'm like, whoa, that doesn't sound like the Marine Corps that I'm imagining. What job? She said supply, and my heart sunk. I was like, what is that? What do you do with supply? And she kind of explained it to me, and I was sick. And I was like, man, I want to be in the Marine Corps, but I want to do something badass. So I go off to boot camp. I'm hearing all these guys talk about how they're going infantry, they're doing machine gunner, they're going to be a sniper and all this. And I'm stewing. I feel like I got screwed, but the paperwork was in. I was a young kid, and I just went along with it. After boot camp, of course, you go to your MOS school, and the school is only a few weeks long. It's a joke. So I went to the school, got stationed in North Carolina, and from the moment I got to North Carolina, I was trying to get out of that MOS by any way possible. So I'd volunteer for different duties, I'd volunteer for different classes, I'd go to the rifle range, I'd go to the rifle range, I'd go on different exercises, and I was kind of proving myself as a good Marine, but my higher-ups knew I was not into the job that I was doing. So after about 6 months, my master gunnery sergeant came in with a Marine Corps Times newspaper, and he said, hey, I think you should go down to talk to the recruiter. And he threw the paper at me, and it was for Marine Security Guard School. And I said, what's Marine Security Guard? He said, well, there's an embassy basically in every country, and there's a detachment of Marines at every embassy that protects the embassy, protects classified materials, and protects the diplomats that are in the embassy. You know, the Americans working abroad. So I got excited, and there was quite a process to get ready for the interview, just to basically prove that you were qualified to go to the school. So I went to the recruiter, and I sat down with him, and he looked over my file and said, you know what, you're a good Marine, you're a little young, but you're qualified. The only problem is you have to be at your duty station for 1 year. So he said, I'm going to put you in the class slated for right after you get 1 year on station. Okay, perfect. I go back to my unit, and all these guys are lance corporals, sergeants. They've been stuck in this MOS, and they hate it. And they've been there 2, 3, almost 4 years. So I came back and I said, yeah, they selected me. I'm going to Marine Security Guard School. And they said, no fucking way, man. You just got here. You've been here like 5, 6 months. You're not going to Marine Security Guard School. I've been here in whole enlistment. So I said, I don't know. That's what he said. About a month later, the message comes out, and sure enough, my name's on the list to go to the school. So as soon as I hit a year on station in Camp Lejeune, I left, went to Marine Security Guard School in Quantico, and my first embassy was Cairo. I spent about 18 months in Cairo, and I'll backtrack a little bit. 9/11 happened right after I got selected for a Marine Security Guard School, and then the invasion of Iraq happened around the time I was in Egypt. So yeah, I was in the Middle East, but not necessarily in combat. And then my second duty station was in Cairo, Egypt. Guatemala City. So, anyways, throughout my enlistment, all this combat's going on, and I'm pretty much dying to get over there and take part in it because I feel like, hey, this is my duty. You know, like after 9/11, I just felt this huge feeling of patriotism. I wanted to contribute to that cause. So when I came to the end of my enlistment, I was like, well, do I try to get off Marine Security Guard, get out of Marine Security Guard Battalion, and move to a different MOS and get over there in Iraq or Afghanistan, or I can get out and go in the private sector and go with Blackwater or DynCorp at the time, and pretty much guaranteed to be over there within a couple months. So
Before you go on, how did you hear about Blackwater and DynCorp? Were you peers or?
Well, at the time, the only thing I knew about Blackwater was the big incident that happened in 2004, where four Blackwater guys got ambushed and pretty much burned alive and drugged behind their vehicles and strung up on a bridge. And it was a big international incident. It was in the media a lot. So I knew that happened right around the same time frame.
And you wanted to go in after you saw that?
Well, that caused me to backtrack a little bit because my friend was writing the emails back and forth saying, hey, I think we should go Blackwater, it's a quick way to get over to Iraq. I said, hey, have you been watching the news? Like, four guys just got strung up on this bridge. He's like, well, it's always a risk in combat, and he's trying to justify it. And at the end of the day, I knew that was my fastest way to get over there, and I didn't know how long Iraq or Afghanistan was going to last. That's a little bit I know. 20 years later, we're still in Afghanistan, but at the time, you didn't know that. You just thought, hey, I'm 21 years old. This is my chance. I'm in the Marine Corps. I'm patriotic. I want to serve my country in pretty much the highest way possible in combat. Right. So, yeah, I emailed a Blackwater recruiter and I said, hey, it was really informal. I just kind of outlined, hey, I'm a Marine, I'm a sergeant, Marine Security Guards. I'm in Marine Security Guard Battalion. I have a security clearance. I've worked alongside the State Department, and I'm interested in working for Blackwater. So I got a response, filled out some paperwork, and they accepted me. And I got out of the Marine Corps in November 2004, and within 60 days, I was in North Carolina training with Blackwater.
Right on. For those listening, the incident that he's talking about that happened in 2004, those were Blackwater contractors,
Yep.
correct? All four of those men were prior Special Forces or Special Operations. I believe they were Special Forces being raised. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they were stopped at a checkpoint by Iraqi insurgents who were dressed as police. You get a police uniform over there for, what, 20, 30 bucks?
Yeah.
And so they stopped thinking they were police, cracked seals on the vehicle. They were shot and killed by the insurgents dressed as police. Then they stripped them down, strung them upside down, and burn their corpses from a bridge while the local population cheered and celebrated.
The company said they were guarding convoys delivering food around Fallujah. A small crowd descended on the burning cars. What happened next was gruesome. The bodies of the 4 Americans were pulled from the flames, poked, prodded, and beaten. One charred body was tied behind a car and dragged through the streets. A procession that included children. 2 mangled corpses were hanged on a bridge over the Euphrates River.
Yep, right. Participated in, and that's well documented. That's a well documented event. I had a friend who's actually part of that. But that's, so I'm kind of bringing that up because I want to paint a picture. This is Stephen Pullen over the general population and bad guys dressed as friends. So, Dustin?
I'm Marine as well. I joined back in 2004 or 2000 and got out. I went into Marine Infantry, and then I went to Fast Company, which is in the Security Force Battalion. It's the same school that you went to, but I did that after my machine gun and stuff. I spent 2 years or 3 years with that, and then I spent another year with Second Battalion with machine gun. You know, you're talking about 9/11 earlier. We were out doing a site security exercise, which is if the embassy gets in trouble or anything like that, we roll in and we take it, we hold it, we do whatever it is. With FAST, you're basically on call somewhere in the world. They got different stations, and if something happens, they send us in to reinforce, take different things like embassies or whatever they want done. And so we've actually set up around our armory saying, hey, you know, this is how we would do this. We set everything up, we put our machine guns into position, and my captain comes out and said, hey, planes just hit the Twin Towers. And we're like, okay, this is part of the drill. And he's like, no, really, this is not part of the drill. This is real life. And it's still not sinking in. Well, we went from having no ammunition because we're on American soil, just doing an exercise, to they started passing out ammo. And when they did, me being a machine gunner, I went through advanced machine gun leadership school. And it was me and one of my buddies that I'll talk about later. We did the machine guns. And he said, hey, Herd, go lock and load the 50. And I'm like, sir, we're aimed in on base housing. If you want me to lock and load it, somebody hits the butterfly, we're going to shoot into the housing. And he's like, I understand, but lock and load. And I'm like, oh, damn. Shit just got real. And so we ended up doing a normal rotation to Bahrain. And we were there, I think, 3-4 months. I don't know exactly. And then we got the order to go to Kuwait for the buildup. So before any troops crossed the border, we were in Kuwait hanging out, waiting for a task for the buildup itself. And we ended up hitting the oil platforms off the coast of Iraq with one of the SEAL teams and the Polish Special Forces, the GROM. And then we came back to Kuwait. We went in and did a trap mission for one of our F-somethings that got shot down. Went and recovered the officer's body. I think it was Lieutenant White, if I'm not mistaken. And the SEALs dove the lake and got out the stuff that needed to be taken out. That way you didn't have the classified stuff just sitting in the bottom of the lake in Iraq, outside of Karbala. So we rotated back to Kuwait again. Well, we'd already been deployed for so long, they went ahead and sent us home after that. That was the first time that I went to Iraq, was the trap mission and then hitting the oil platforms.
You were hitting the oil platforms?
Mm-hmm.
You were with a good friend of mine, Mike Ritland, who I interviewed on here as well, and he was on those ops. I should connect you guys.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Mongo, the SEAL I was talking about, that I seen later on whenever I was with Blackwater, you know, he was one of the SEALs that was on there too. And so we rotated back. Well, my wife at the time, what her girlfriend at the time, fiance, we were supposed to get married sometime in the spring. Well, whenever I left fast and I went to 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines, they said, oh, by the way, Herb, we're going to Afghanistan here in a couple months. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I called Kelly and I'm like, hey, we got two choices. Get married now or get married later. So we decided to go get married. And then my honeymoon, literally, I got married on the Marine Corps birthday, November 10th. And that next week I was back in Afghanistan. Or, first time I've been in Afghanistan, but I'm saying back in the Middle East. So we're over there, we do our rotation there. We was in a pretty flat area. We just got blown out a couple times and a few little stuff. We rotated back, and I got out of the Marine Corps October. November I was in vetting. December I was back in Iraq again with Blackwater. And so for me it was just a, left one. I got a job at a liquor store just because I didn't have any income coming in. And then I got called and said, hey, your package went through, you got a school date. And so I went to school and went through the vetting portion and went through the training portion, doing the movements and all that stuff. And then I was back in Iraq December 2004.
Wow.
I stayed there till November 2007.
So how did you hear about Blackwater?
Well, my buddy Billy actually went to a job fair that I was unable to attend, and he came back and he said, hey man, we need to get a bio and a resume together because I was talking to one of the recruiters for Blackwater and he wants us to submit our stuff. And Billy and I did the same thing all the way through the Corps. We're both machine gunners. We went to Advanced Machine Gun Leadership School. He's got a driving course that I didn't get, but other than that, our resume and bio was almost identical. And so he went with me too after fast to 2nd Battalion 8th Marines to Afghanistan. And so he was the one that's like, hey dude, we need to get together on this. And we talked to the same recruiter and he helped us get everything in order. And then we went to the same class together for Blackwater.
Good. So open forum now. When you guys were talking to the recruiters at Blackwater, Blackwater's a massive, it turned into a massive company. It was the biggest private military contracting company in the world, and I believe I don't think it will ever be outdone. But with that being said, they had several different contracts. They had State Department contract, State Department contract, I believe. They had air contracts with pilots. They had OGA contracts, other government agencies. I believe did they have the DEA project as well?
I'm not sure.
Or was that DynCorp?
It might have been.
But all these different government agencies had separate contracts, and just because you worked for Blackwater wasn't all grouped into one. They had several different, whatever you want to call divisions, which were different contracts for different organizations. And so when you guys were talking to the recruiters, were they telling you about all the different contracts, or did they have one specific one in mind, like you had mentioned, the OGA?
In my case, anyways, I didn't know those other contracts were available. I think when I told the recruiter my history with the State Department, Marine Security Guard Battalion, he pretty much decided right there that my best fit would be with the State Department contract in Iraq. So I didn't know those options were available. They might have been to these other guys, but not in my case.
Mine was pretty similar to Evan. I was active duty before joining the Guard. I've been to Bosnia and done some things. And, for me, it seemed like the best fit that was kind of proposed to me was the WIPS contract. And besides that, I didn't really know anything other than that.
Yeah, OGA was what I was wanting to do, but he said that this was like a foot in the door. He's like, you get in and you get a reputation as a guy that's reliable, does his job well, and it's like up with you up for sure. So that was just fun. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
I really didn't know. It was just whatever they wanted me to do every game.
Was there any type of sales pitch at all, or did they?
No, not really.
Nothing.
I was so on board with anything. I just wanted to get over there. I didn't give a shit. You know, I felt like I was missing out, especially having the MLS that I had originally, and then being stuck at the embassies. Yeah, all through 9/11, invasion of Iraq, all that. I was just anxious to get over there.
I shared a lot of those same sentiments of wanting to get back to the mission because it felt like when we left, we were gaining traction from the mission point. When you go past Mosul and you're up in Kurdistan, you can see just the differences between northern Iraq and southern Iraq. And like, wow, why can't this be mirrored south of it? Like, what is the bifurcation?
And continuing on with the mission of service to the country, I just wasn't ready to hang it up. I was debating on enlisting, or if Blackwater didn't work out, I wasn't going to continue just that little job. But I worked for the great dude, but when you served as a Marine and everything else, and then you're sitting there while everybody else is still doing service to the country, they're out there fighting the fight, and you're just sitting there, and it's like, this is not what I was made for. I was made to continue the service. This
Wasn't fulfilling enough.
Yeah, this just is not me. You know, stopping myself in the picture, and helping people do that. I've got a skill set that needs to be used because stateside, there's no use for machine gun. There's no use for stuff like that unless you go law enforcement or something like that. And it just really didn't fit with who I am. You know, I wanted to go out and continue to serve the country, and it didn't matter. It didn't really matter to me. So,
What was the training like when you guys got there? How many different, how many guys were in the course? And or how long after you guys talked to the recruiters were you offered a position or an opportunity to
Enemy
prove yourself a
spotted,
veteran
down
in
there.
training?
well, I know I went through, I think it's DS class 14 and 15. I went through some of the very earliest classes they had. Because they were running them like every week, every
Enemy
2
spotted,
weeks.
down
And so
there.
you had like 3 or 4 classes still going through as I was going. And, later on, we had to go back and requal on like 203s and stuff like that because we wasn't authorized. And I know we showed up, I don't remember how many we had, but the vetting portion, just shooting the rifle, the pistol, the shotgun, the 240, the saw,
Down there.
the fanfire, the AK, the CQB, and stuff like that. I can't tell you how many dudes that we dropped during all that. Because it was, for us, it was show up, perform, or you get the window or I'll see you down home. And so, I don't know how many we started out with, but I know we lost tons of dudes in that. And dudes that are supposed to be, top tier guys. But it's either they're out of shape, they haven't shot in a long time, they just, for whatever reason, they didn't make it through the vetting portion. And then, then you had to learn the movements, which is mirrored like the Secret Service moves off the formations to move principals around when you're doing the protective detail. And so you had to learn all that, and it was awesome. I mean, just learning the different stuff. Because in the Marine Corps, I was never exposed to any of that.
What about you guys? How long after you talked to the recruiter did you wind up with that? Was it months? Was it a year? Was it?
No, weeks. In my case, it was weeks. And when I initially got over to Moyock, North Carolina, that's where the Blackwater training was, I was just impressed by the facility because, it's thousands of acres with long-range shoot ranges, and, CQB houses. There's a driving track. There's, everything you can imagine is there. So it was pretty impressive. And then as far as the class goes, there was maybe 15 guys in the class. I was right behind him. So he was class 14. I think I was 17 or 18, so maybe a month or so later. And like I said, the class was relatively small, but I was the absolute youngest guy, and by a long shot. So you had guys that had been in the SEALs for 20 years, you had former Green Berets, you had guys that had seen, you know, a lot of combat, and I was pretty intimidated, you know. But a lot of the training was just ensuring that you were qualified and you could actually do what you said on your resume. For example, qualifying with weapons, qualifying in land navigation came a little bit later, medical stuff, CQB stuff. But the one thing that they did actually teach you there, and not just verify that you were who you said you were, was like he said, executive protection type stuff, because most guys in the military aren't doing that type of mission. So that was the one thing that we did. They did hammer that home, because that was going to be our mission overseas. And just like him, we dropped a lot of guys. And I think we started with maybe 15, and we graduated, or we finished with less than 10 for sure.
Okay. So it's like a, what, 30% attrition rate?
Yeah.
Yeah, the attrition rate was even higher in when I went through. I had a similar experience. The shooting was basically just a vetting, like you had talked about. Like, you can either do it or you can't. We had dropped a lot of people in that. But when it changed over to the personal security, I remember one of the instructors, he really took me under his wing, and because he knew I was just an infantry guy, you know. He knew I had never done this kind of stuff before, and he really helped me, and I learned a lot from that man. I mean, he had been over there, you know, walking the box for years in Baghdad, so he knew exactly what he was talking about, and he gave me a lot of tips that kept me alive when I was over there. And after I graduated that, they sent me to the DDM course, and they said it was completely opposite. You know, everybody was nervous they were going to fail the first course. This course was like, look, we're just here to make you shoot better. They're like, the only person that's ever failed this course, he lied on his resume. He said he was a sniper, and he wasn't. You know, and you can talk to somebody for 5 minutes and figure out whether or not they were really a sniper or not. So it was awesome. They just showed us a lot of hold offs. You know, I had done a lot of dialing. You know,
DDM is designated marksman.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that was the most fun I think I've ever had. You know, we just shot a lot, and those guys had been all over the world, you know, as a sniper, and they were very helpful. It was really cool, you know, because I was a kid. I was young, 22. So I had all these older guys that just took me under their wing, and you know, they gave me the shirt off their back. Basically, they filled me with knowledge and sent me over there, and a lot of things they showed me, you know, kept us alive. You know, when I was at DDM, the things they showed me, it worked, you know, in a real world situation. So it was awesome.
Yeah, I share a lot of similar sentiments. I was 25, 26 maybe when I went to Moyoc, and was just completely blown away by the professionalism at every turn. I mean, from the chow hall to the classroom time to being behind a firearm or being behind the wheel of a car. Every instructor there was professional to the letter. And I'd never walked a box before. I didn't know what that was. And frankly, I'd never driven in the manner that they wanted you to drive. Meaning, you know, you got the lead and, you know, Emma on the follow. And so your ultimate purpose is to be in between a threat and that principle. Period. However it works out, that principle becomes unalive. And that was our mission. And so again, to be around a lot of these guys, one of them, his name was Carlos, and forgive me, I can't remember his last name, but he was an SF guy that had been around this line of work for years, almost as long as I'd been alive. And I think he sensed that I was willing to learn, and I was a coachable kid. And he taught me a lot of things that had a lot of carryover into that position and that environment.
Can you explain what walking the box is?
Yeah, so walking the box is basically you've got plates on principle. If you're walking from point A to point B, you have plates on at any given angle because you're in a 3D battlefield. And so you've got typically 1 to 2 guys on the flank. You've got your lead agent and you got your follow agent. And it can be other layers of protection outside of that, but that box is what's plates on principle in the event that round comes in.
When you're talking plates, you're talking armored plates. You're literally putting yourself with
You're the
body
sponge
armor and
between the threat.
Blackwater's had a bad rap for a long time, and I remember when I was in the SEAL teams, I heard a lot of bad things about it. And then later on, I also worked for Blackwater and found a lot of that to be bullshit. So what I want to do now is, when I was in, we're hiring Walmart security guards. That's the kind of shit I was hearing. And then when I actually showed up for my vetting, it was a state-of-the-art facility. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. In all my time in the SEAL teams, I had never seen anything that state-of-the-art. And we used it a lot. We would fly in from the teams right down to, MOYOPS right down the road from the SEAL teams. And so we would train there. And so kind of what I want to get at now is the fact that there were no fucking Walmart security guards working there. And so I kind of want to walk through, and this is once again open forum. What was it like day one when you showed up to training in Blackwater? What happened? Were they welcoming? What were you guys doing? Was it right to training?
Well, day one for us, we went right into the bombers. That's been almost 40 years ago. We were pretty close on that. But I know the first thing, if I remember correctly, that we did was the PT test. And coming out of the door, it was like, what we did. And it was like a 1.5 mile run instead of 3. We did some sit-ups, some pull-ups, belly grabs, stuff like that. And then, it's one of those things you're sweating everything because you're basically told when you show up, you perform, and go on. And it's not a here, let me show you what to do. And so there was a lot of pressure with it. And it's one of those things that when you're not used to that environment, when you're used to being military and everything else, and you're used to having somebody say, all right, well, look, you did this wrong, do it this way. It brings a whole different mental aspect to it because it's one of those things that show up and perform or win or out, whichever. And so, it was that portion of it was just a mental game as far as having to get through it.
So the first thing was the physical fitness test.
Right. Well, I think in my case, I probably had a little different experience because I remember when I showed up at the airport, like I said, I was a 21-year-old kid. So I showed up at the airport and there was supposed to be somebody there to pick me up. This is the day before training's supposed to start. So I'm looking around. I don't see anybody. I'm calling. I can't get in touch with anybody. There's no cell phones. I'm using a payphone. So I called my dad and he said, listen, because I was about ready to say, no, I'm out of here, I'm kind of reconsidering it, maybe this is a sign, maybe I shouldn't go, because this is right after the 4 Blackwater guys got hung up on the bridge. So he said, listen, get a hotel, go tomorrow, do the training, everything's gonna be all right. So, of course, everybody else was already at the classroom. And somebody picked me up at the hotel, brought me over there, and they had already done like a physical exam, like checking you over.
Oh, they were given physical.
Yeah, yeah. Well, in my case, so I remember, 21-year-old kid, I walk into this classroom, there's a bunch of, 30, 40-year-old guys in there, and there's a female nurse. She said, all right, well, drop your pants. We got to do a hernia check. Literally, like right in front of everybody, she did the hernia check. And I'm like, okay, well, welcome to Blackwater, I guess. I was so embarrassed. But yeah, after I got over that horrible experience, the first thing after that was, I think, the PT test. And I didn't have an issue with it. I've always been pretty good at stuff like that. One thing that was different than Marine Corps PFT test was like a dummy drag. So I think they have a 100-pound dummy or something that have to drag in a certain time frame. And then I think we moved into the weapons qual, and like Dustin said, you got to qual on M4, you got to qualify on Glock 19 shotgun, 203, I believe, M249 saw, all that stuff. And yeah, got through that and moved on to the next thing. I can't really remember the exact order of things, but the training was outstanding.
They tried to make it as realistic as possible what you were going to face once you got on the ground in Baghdad, and they did an excellent job as far as vetting. You know, the weapons qual, like you said, it was just either you pass or you don't. But the actual personal security side of it, they really took time to teach us the correct way to operate overseas. Yeah, I was just grateful to all those instructors, man. They're awesome people.
When you showed up, was it the same? Was it physical fitness, shoes balls?
Yes,
Paul?
Yeah, same. Get to the hotel, and it was really almost like a conveyor belt, for lack of a better term, of just, you know, you hit this station, and it was either pass fail. It wasn't, well, you know what, you need to improve here, go there. It was just either pass fail there.
And then one thing I will say that later on, I know Evan and I both had to go back for a recall because the State Department brought in 203 grenade launchers. And originally, when we went through, they were, not authorized. And then they, started bringing them in. Well, the guys that had been there for a while, like Evan and I, we had to fly back to the States and go through WPPS 2 qualification, which was just basically an abbreviated version of the original qual test that we went through. And then, we went in and requalified on all the weapons. We went out to the 203 range, did that, and I think we did the simulated attack on principles and stuff like that before we went back out. And I know that the first time I was there to the second time, I mean, it was just a world of difference. They actually had the Connex Box Town the last time I went there. And so, you know, Blackwater was always improving. It was, you know, always going. And one thing I will say that was just excellent was the driving course, because it wasn't just a high-speed track to where you just drive. They actually had people bump you with cars, and you learned how to ram through, push through, you know, learn how to hit people. But the thing that was awesome about it too is they had simulated IEDs along the side of the road, and so you'd be driving and you know, it would be projected up, but here an explosion would happen, and then you know you went into the medical stuff behind it, and so it was good stuff.
So when you guys showed up, it was physical fitness, weapons quals. How many weapons quals and exactly what weapon systems were just pass fail?
It was.
And there was no instruction, correct? It was
No instruction.
here's the weapon system, here's the qualification. You got one shot.
It was the
If you
Glock
fuck it up, you're out.
Glock 9mm. It was the M4. It was the Saw 249. It was the 240. I don't know, Bravo. I think we had Goffs in the Corps. We had AK, and then later on, like I said, when we went back, you had to do the 203s
And
and a shotgun.
and the shotgun as well. And they actually yanked you guys off of deployment in Iraq to fly you back just to qualify on a new weapon system that's been implemented. So they were extremely proactive to make sure you guys were up to snuff and up to speed on everything that you might.
And there was guys, you know, they couldn't meet the standards, and they were out of there before the end of the day. I mean, pass or fail, you couldn't qualify on a weapon. That see you later. I mean, you had to meet the standards, and everybody did.
Is there? So after the weapons qual, I like this because they're literally getting rid of people the minute you show up. They're eliminating the weak links, starting with things that you can't control, physical, and then physical fitness. If you don't show up prepared, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, even with the PT test, there were some guys that didn't pass the PT test.
And that was kind of good too. I remember there was one simulation where they put you in a vehicle and you're blindfolded, and there's two other people in the vehicle. They're trainers, and they're simulating that you're driving down a road in Iraq, and when they tell you to pull the blindfold off, you have to react to whatever situation they present to you. So, you know, they're just talking back and forth. They're pretending they're on, you know, whatever mission in Iraq, down Route Irish, for example, and then they throw like flashbang or something to simulate an explosion. You pull the blindfold off. You look at your driver. The driver's got his eyeball hanging out. The guy in the back seat's got his leg blown off. And I remember I did really well in that. It was drilled into me that security is first. You know, treating your teammates for whatever injuries they may have comes after security. So I provided security, laid down the fire where the threat was, and then started working on the guy with the leg that was blown off because he was pretty much the most serious injury. And then I moved on to the guy with the eye injury. And yeah, I did really well in that, but that knocked out a lot of people as well.
So it was a process. How many days did it take to get through the weapons qual on the PT test?
I don't know.
Yeah, various days. It took a little while. Yeah, it might have been a week, and then you moved on to the next thing. Like I said, I can't remember exactly the order of things, but in every step of the way, you would lose somebody. You know, if somebody was good at PT, maybe they couldn't shoot certain weapons, or maybe they couldn't perform the medical training or the exact on principle. They were a little shaky, and they just knew that.
How long altogether was vetting/training?
I think the certificate says 164 hours, so I don't know how many days it broke down to.
Over a month?
Yeah, so it was a month.
About a month.
About a month.
and the BDM course was like half that after that.
So you went through a month and a half of evaluations. It's not even really, it doesn't even sound like it's really training. It's more they want to see how you react in certain scenarios, and they're constantly evaluating.
And then you had the peer
Everything.
evaluation too.
Yeah,
You guys
that
have
was
peer
the same one.
evaluation?
Yeah.
If you're or slide through, but your peers see it, then you can be peer down. And so, you know, they got a few people too. Was somebody just doing something stupid the instructors didn't see, and you know, basically, we can be like, hey man, you fucked up, you did this, and take it to the instructor and then send them home.
And then the training blocks were CQB, which is close quarters battle. Let's just talk about that specific training block. How was it? What were they doing? Were you guys hitting houses? Were you hitting
Shootouts.
shootouts?
It was, for us, it was because everybody's got a different background as far as, you know, each unit has their own type of CQB they do, whether, you know, you got a man high, man low, around the corner, different things. And so what they did is they walked us through it one time and they said, I don't care how you did it, where you come from, this is how I want you to do it here. And so that way everybody's running like a standard format.
Yeah.
And we went through the shoot house several times. I think the first time was a dry run, second time was sim, and then if I'm not mistaken, the third time was live fire. And so it was a fast pace, and if you couldn't keep up and perform, it was window or out.
One big thing during that portion specifically was safety. So if you're in a stack about to go into a room and you flag somebody, even, you know, the lower part of their leg, and for people that don't know, when you flag somebody, it's basically you're pointing your weapon at something that you don't intend to shoot. So
Even
that's
if it's just for a split second.
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate that. So if I'm holding a gun and I go like this and sweep you guys, even if it's just for a split second, that's an ejection from the course.
yeah, they took safety violations. That was a serious thing.
Yeah, to Dustin's point, not to step on your neck, but it was trying to get everybody on the same page as what the stack looked like, and how they wanted you to move and flow through a room or through a hallway or whatever presented itself, and how everybody had their specific responsibilities. And to Dustin's point again, it wasn't necessarily, you know, you had guys from MARSOC, you had guys from SF units, from SEAL teams, and they just wanted everybody to be on the same sheet of music moving forward, to see really kind of how you operated as a team if you were able and willing to do that.
That's extremely hard to do, you know, when you're coming. I mean, I remember doing it on the OGA side, and I thought it was a huge pain in the ass trying to get on the same page as the MARSOC guys, as the Green Berets, as the CAG guys, you know, the Rangers. And then, you know, and then when you throw soft and unconventional and conventional together, then it gets even trickier. So that's no easy task at all, because everybody has a different way of doing that. And so the reason you were probably doing CQB, because it's a reactive unit, correct? So do you think the reason you were doing CQB is if the principal was taken hostage, you would have to go in and extract that principal that you're protecting?
You've also got something that is called Alamo Up. And what that is, if somebody Alamos up, is a principal gets hit on venue, right? Well, if the team can't make it out to their vehicles, what they're going to do is they're going to go find a hard point, and they're going to hold that hard point and basically put shooters throughout wherever they need to be. Then they're going to put the principal somewhere where it's safe as they can get them. And like us, you know, we were all on Raven 2-3, which is one of the TST teams. And so as a TST team, when something goes boom or bang, we're the ones that would go. And so with the CQB stuff that we were doing, if a team's Alamoed up, let's say on the 10th floor of a building in Iraq, well, then as a unit, we've got to be able to clear up and get them and then clear back down on the way back out. So, I mean, it was real life. You know, it wasn't just, hey, you're going to do this to check this box. It's, hey, you know, whenever you get to your team, everybody's going to start doing their own form and get whatever needs to be done. But I mean, it was stuff that we could actually use. It wasn't just check a box.
Yeah. What does TST stand for?
Tactical Support Team.
Okay.
It's Quick React Force. All it is QRF, and most of our vehicles had two 240s, one in the front, one in the back, except for one that just had a teacup up on the top, which was one 240.
How long was the CQB portion? And how complex did it get? Were they throwing in live role players on that as well with hostage scenarios?
It was 3 days of CQB training with Valve for the role players, and then at the end, basically it was like simulation. It was like they taught us all this stuff along the way, and it was like vetting. And then at the end, your final day was attack zone principles. So it was like basically this is all we've taught you. This is all you've learned, and then they put it to the test. And you know the instructors were the bad guys. They were shooting at us. So, yeah, it was really good. And they had run those scenarios countless times, and so they're coming into it fresh. So they've got the upper hand for sure. The instructors know that area like the back of their hand. It was awesome. Great thing.
How about the driving?
Awesome. For sure. Yeah, that was probably the funnest part.
Getting to do a pit maneuver on a BMW is something that you don't get to do every day.
Yeah.
When you get to smash through vehicles that are parked and ram through, punch through, that's when you're wrecking vehicles and you see how much abuse that vehicle can take and still keep running for a time. I mean, it's opened your eyes to what you're really doing in the country.
Yeah. Why would they have these recommended vehicles? What?
Because if you're driving the streets of Baghdad and they try to set up a blockade to keep you from moving to where you get an L-shaped ambush or anything else, you got to learn where to hit the vehicles to push through everything. You got to know, be able to drive out.
Or reverse out if you have to, yeah.
And how long was the driving for?
I think it was 3 days.
Yeah, 3 or 4 days.
Something like that. I think everything was 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
I mean, each one was its own individual block. So it's like you did one block, then you moved to the next block, and then to the next one, until you're done.
Medical?
Yeah, you had to do a full psyche valve to make sure that you wasn't off your rocker.
Oh, they did that as part of the physical?
They did that as part of your overall evaluation. And you went in there, I know me personally, the lady, which they try to trip you up just to see if you got anything. So you sit down and they're asking you questions and they just pick something and they just keep pushing. And then finally you're like, what have I done? And they're like, okay, you're good. But they want to make sure that you're sound of mind before you do it.
What I was getting at, that's good to know, but what I was getting at is the medical training, the TCCC. How in depth did they go with that? What kind of stuff were you guys learning? Did you do any live tissue labs? What was that like?
It was what he was talking about. Mostly it was scenarios like you would come upon whatever on the battlefield, and then they were evaluating, do you know how to put on a turn skid? It was just basically like combat lifesaver stuff, basically like I can patch you up good enough to get you to the cache kind of thing. So they had really awesome props, like they had arms that were amputated that like would pump out liquid and stuff. So like it was we hadn't seen anything like it in the military, you know.
Yeah.
So the scenarios were very well thought out, and I think it was just because they had such a good collective of guys. You know, like I said, they had all those high tier level guys that kind of put their heads together, and they're like, well, what worked in your unit, what didn't work, and they kind of just put all that together and got rid of the stuff that didn't make no sense about the military and used the stuff that did make sense, right? And so I think it was, by the time I got there, I was the last one in. By the time I got there, it had evolved into something that was just amazing. You know, everybody talked about how well the training was. I've never heard anybody say that it wasn't good training, you know. So.
Yeah.
the continuance of that training too with the medics on your team was always, I mean, they wanted everybody to be as proficient as they were in the event that they were taken out.
Is there any more training? Did they get to the final exercise?
That was the vaccine principle. Yeah, we
Okay.
learned that scenario.
And like Paul said, once you finish the vetting and you're qualified to get deployed, the training doesn't stop there. It's not, oh, you're good to do a whole contract or you have to train. We'd rotate work days, off days, but when we were off, we would be training. So we would continue on with the CQB stuff, the vehicle maneuvering. You know, you go to the rifle range a lot, more than I would in the military anyways, because all that stuff was available. So, yeah, I got a lot out of the training in country as well, because like Paul said, you learn from the experienced guys on the team that have been in country and have probably seen every possible scenario that you can encounter over there. So, yeah, that was very beneficial to me too.
We didn't talk about the PSD training, the personal security detail training. How in depth was that? And
I think that was one of the portions that they really went in detail with, because that, like I said, there's nothing, there's not really many units in the military that are doing executive protection type stuff in high threat environments. So, for me at least, I got a lot out of that because I hadn't had any experience with it. So I don't know what you guys.
definitely.
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. Is we didn't do any of this stuff. We never learned how to walk formation, how to, stand on the doors and wait till everybody's set. And when you're running a 3-car motorcade, you got to think you've got shooters that are in the front, they're in the back seat of each vehicle. You got shooters that are in the back seat of the other vehicle, and everybody's got to move into a position to where everybody but the driver gets out. There's always a driver with the car, and then that way, if something happens at any time, you got to be able to go in a heartbeat. And so, learning how to go from carrying a machine gun to moving a principal around, that was the only portion that really wasn't vetting, quote unquote, until the end, because they wanted to make sure that you understood what you were doing and how you were doing, not just, hey, move over here. So I know, like at the hotel at night, we had matchbox cars, and we would say, hey, the door guys are moving to here, the AIC is going to get out, and whenever everybody gets set and they call set over the radio, then they're going to say, hey, cracking the door, open the door, whatever terminology. And then they open the principal, where the guys on the far side of the vehicle is going to come around to the principal side, catch up the principal, and then you're going to have one guy in the front, one guy in the back, and at least one guy on each side of them, sometimes 2 guys on each side. And everybody in there's got a sector, a job to do. The AIC, the person is the agent in charge of what AIC is. He's going to be right behind the principal. And so he's within arm reach to where if something happens, his job is to reach up and grab him by the collar of the shirt and then just take him to a vehicle, get him in, climb on top of him, put his body on top of the principal's body to move him out of the hostile situation. And then you worry about everything else later.
Yeah, with that, there was also advanced team training as well. As far as what the advanced team is to look for, because the advanced team is the one that's going to receive the 3-car motorcade. And so you're going through all your steps and processes and boxes that you have to check to be ready for this thing. Because you've got to set up the time, the person that they're meeting, all the extemporaneous stuff that goes into the meeting. Plus you have your own team that's on-site security that's got the scene locked down, ready for the shooter principal.
And that was the only portion that wasn't pass fail.
Until the
Mess up, you're out.
In the end, yeah, it was.
It was.
But
Okay.
during the training itself, it was training.
I remember during that training we were talking about, if you didn't pick it up quick enough, like they would get fed up. They sent a couple people home during that portion. They're like, look, couldn't grasp it for whatever reason. But yeah, they broke it down very simple. I felt like they because that was like the meat and potatoes of what we were going to do over there, you know. So they were like, get this, you know, this is very important. And basically they just said, you know, you are the one that shot, not the principal. So you're stepping in front of any danger, you're taking that round, you're killing whoever's trying to kill your principal. It's all about getting them back safe. You know, they told us that those people are worth more than you are. They're worth more than anybody over here. You do whatever you got to do to get them home to their family. And that's what we do.
And so throughout the entire vetting / training, they're just constantly running you through scenario after scenario, whether it's a medical scenario, whether it's a PSD scenario, driving scenario, CQB scenario, target ID scenarios, and they're just constantly throwing shit at you, evaluating you, and jet launching dudes that can't keep up out.
Yes, sir.
So, and then, so you guys all got through it, and what happened then? They give you a contract?
I know for me, I got through, I graduated the vetting course there. I went home for like a week or so, and then I know it was like around December 15th, December 20th, I was back in Baghdad. And I stayed in Baghdad for most of the 3 years that I was there. And I know whenever we first got there, Dynacorp and Blackwater shared the contract. And so they were still building what was known as the man camp. And we actually lived in a big warehouse with all the KBR and everybody else guys because they were still building facilities there. And so, you know, I'll never forget back whenever I first got there, like around Christmas and stuff, we'd go up on the roof of the trailers and you'd watch the fireworks show out in the town. And they were dropping JDAMs, they were, you know, IEDs, you could see the tracer rounds skipping. And I mean, it was wild. Because back in those days, I mean, it was full on. They were going hard out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I deployed pretty quickly because, like I said, when I was on Marine Security Guard duty, I had a top secret clearance already. So with Blackwater, I believe the security clearance was secret, so it was below that. So I deployed pretty quickly, and it was kind of like a culture shock when I got over there. These guys might have already had experience in Baghdad, but for me it was kind of like, okay, here we go. This is what you asked for. So I remember when I got over there, they assigned me to a team, and I met with the team leader, and he said, listen, our team is being tasked to go out in the middle of the desert to protect some scientists that are digging up a mass grave site. They're preparing for Saddam's trial. So if you're not willing to do that, or you're not prepared to do that, I can put you on another team. So I said I was willing to do it. So I think we went out in the desert. It must have been 2 weeks after I got there, and I was actually on the advanced team to go out there. So it was me and 2 other guys, and I think the Army transported us out there. So we're flying out in 2 Black Hawk helicopters, and there's nothing to see for miles around, all dirt. And then all of a sudden we're getting close to where the mass grave site is, and you look down and there's a perfect square of grass, and that was exactly where all the bodies of the people that Saddam had killed were buried. So we were out there maybe, I think it was over a month, and you just slowly watch the scientists dig up the dirt with the tractor first, and then each step of the process, they got smaller and smaller tools until they're like using brushes and uncovering all these skeletons. So you would see what I assume would be a woman with a small baby skeleton with a bullet hole in the skull, and it was a shocking moment for me, but it kind of validated why I was over there, mission even more important because it was a historic thing, you know. We took Saddam out of power, and he was going to pay for all the things they did to Libya.
How many bodies were in it?
I think it was 100.
Were they all skeletons, or were some
Yeah,
that were
they had
still-
been in there a while, and you could tell they must have said, you know, pack up all your belongings. We're going to put you in a different place or move you somewhere else. I don't think these people knew they were going to get marched out in the middle of the desert and basically be shot in the back of the head, because you could see layers and layers of clothing. A lot of the clothing was still there, but it was just skeletons and just bodies stacked up on top of each other.
So it was the first thing you did.
Very first thing I did when I got to Iraq.
We found another one of those down around the hill of Joff. I went out with a team of, I guess it was the same scientists or different ones that were looking for mass graves, and we found another one out there. And they actually started digging until they found something. They covered it back up, and then later on they went out and retrieved the bodies out of that one too.
So after whips training, I went to the DDM course, and then after graduation of the DDM course, I think like the next day, they shipped me over to Baghdad, and they said, based on my background in the infantry, they wanted to put me straight on Raven 2-3, and like they said, you know, that was a tactical support team, and within a few months, January 23rd happened, where they shot down one of our helicopters and killed 5 of our brothers. What had happened was the door gunner of one of the helicopters had taken a round to the head, and they flew him back to the cache. And the other little bird, they always operated in pairs, right? So the other little bird elected to stay with the team that was in contact on Vinny. So we were tasked with, at first we were tasked with extracting the principal team. And so when we were en route, we got ambushed, and they shot out one of our tires out of our lead vehicle. So we had to execute a tire change after we fought our way out of that ambush. And then as soon as we got the new tire on, we get a new mission that the secondary little bird that stayed with the team on Vinny had been shot down, and that we had to recover them. And the last grid that they gave us was actually over the river. So we were like, man, this bird crashed over the river. So we were driving all these dead end back alley roads, and we were just getting shot up. And you know, it's a miracle that we didn't make it to the crash site. And we fought our way through 5 ambushes just to get to the site.
5 ambushes.
So once we made it to the site, we realized that we were completely overwhelmed with enemy combatants. There were way too many of them. And the army shows up, and they save us. You know, like we would have died. There was like 19 or 20 of us. I mean, the Apache helicopter. I remember being at the machine gun, and one of my buddies was in the lead vehicle. I was in the second vehicle, and we had set up in what's like called a herringbone, so that more effective filter fire. So like this vehicle goes that way, the second one, the third one, right, so that you got better angles to shoot. And there was a 5-story building that was probably about 800 meters away, so pretty long ways away. And all of a sudden, round hits in the street between my vehicle and the lead vehicle. And I call out, and if there's a sniper, I call it out on the radio. Second shot, it hits my vehicle. And so I'm laying waste towards where I think he's at. He's in the third. I think he's in the 3rd level, and my buddy thinks he's in the 5th level. And so I'm shooting at the 3rd story. My buddy's shooting at the 5th story, and then I can just picture in my mind, dude's got me in his crosshairs, like I'm about to get shot, right? And then all of a sudden, Apache just flies overhead and then puts a Hellfire missile in the 5th one and in the 3rd one, and then the building just pancakes like that. And we didn't take any more fire from that building. I don't know who that Apache pilot was, but I'm thankful, man. He definitely saved us that day. And so we fought for about 3.5 hours, and we finally recovered our brother's remains. And I found out with, and he was a really good guy. He was actually a Vietnam helicopter pilot, but he was an older gentleman, but he was an awesome pilot. And you know, those guys, they elected to stay when they didn't have to. You know, they put their lives on the line to protect that principal team until that principal was able to be extracted and moved back to the green zone. And you know, they gave their lives for it. And yeah, it was the worst day of my life, man, for sure.
Was this the gentleman you were telling me his twin brother was also flying?
So he landed in the middle of this gun battle and just walked over as we were loading our brother's remains. We had already seen the body bags. We were dragging him back up the hill. And he just lands in the middle of the gunfight. He lands his bird and he gets out and he can see that it was his brother. And then as soon as he seen it was his brother, he got back up and started laying down suppressive fire for us again. But like, it was just a crazy moment, you know. It was tragic, man. Like I said, it was the worst day of my life for sure.
Sorry to hear that.
The high notes charted a course to the win this time
Yeah,
on
so,
Power Shift. Thanks again to our sponsors
we
and to our viewers at
we
home.
graduated. So we called a ceasefire. Said, "You're still standing. You made it. You're deploying." And so it was probably a month after that, I guess. I deployed, and I show up to Baghdad, and they said that they needed bodies in Kirkuk, which is in northern Iraq, Kurdistan. Having been up there before, I was somewhat familiar with it. The embassy up there was not much bigger than a postage stamp, and it was a little bitty. We were known as a Spartan element, I believe. It was us, some members from British Parliament, and I want to say some Kiwis were there too. I know there were some Kiwi, New Zealand security forces there, but for the most part, in that region, it was pretty quiet. In other words, when there were times when we would go to Sulaymaniyah, we would take off our kit because it was such a welcoming environment. They really wanted us there, and it was almost like having an extra layer of security being in that area. That said, there were, of course, car bombs here and there. There was an attack on the front gate, but it wasn't Baghdad. And once DynCorp took over that contract, we were all moved down to Baghdad and set up as an advance team for Ambassador Khalilzad. And we operated from that point as APD Green, Ambassador Protection Detail Green. And so we were the advanced element for him. At that time, I was not part of Raven 2-3, but January 23rd to Mixed Point is that's one of the bracelets that we all wear because it was
Power up and lock it in, folks. This is Power Shift.
a horrible day. Shane Stanfield, which was the first gunner he talked about, was the first kilo gunner that was met with a round, and then all of us were listening to the radio while they were out. We were in Suburbans. We weren't in fighting platforms, so we were really kind of handicapped. But every one of us staged, and we're ready to move at any given moment. And there was almost just a line of Suburbans from every gate that was in the IZ all the way back to the man camp, of people lined up ready to go at any moment's call. And it was probably one of the most helpless feelings that I've ever experienced, because here you have a team that is actively engaged, and pardon my language, but there wasn't a damn thing we could do about it except stand by and wait for some directives, because in the end it could have been way worse of us getting in the way in non-fighting vehicles. But yeah, that day will probably live in infamy for my lifetime.
How many, you guys got in the country, and you were all in Baghdad at the main camp, how many State Farm contractors live there?
I think it was a 600 capacity man camp.
600 State Farm contractors.
Now, you gotta think, there's people rotating in and out, basically Monday through Friday. They're running flights. I don't know if it was 2 days a week, 3 days a week, or 5 days a week. I'm not sure. But I know that you would fly from wherever you're at in the U.S. to Jordan. From Jordan, you would fly into Baghdad. From Baghdad, you'd be picked up by another Blackwater element that was called the Team House. And then they would take you in and drop you off at the man camp when they finally got it finished. And so I think it was 600 capacity. Now, how many rooms were open at a given time? I have no idea. But I know we had 26 teams out of Baghdad, if I'm not mistaken. It was
26 teams?
Yeah,
How many people on a team?
What, 19, 20? Because you had, or 22, 23, something, because you had to give guys days off. Because sometimes the op tempo, you had to give a guy a day off if he needed it. And so that's not counting all the outlying sites, like Hilla, up there where he was at, and then you had some just different locations. And so there was a bunch of us. They called it the man camp. And there was females in there, but I mean, that's what it was dubbed. And so I can't tell you how many people were there at a time.
Was that part of the green zone?
Yeah.
Were you guys flying into Biop?
Yeah.
Taking Route Irish, which was the most dangerous road, as long as I know.
That, to be honest with you though, yeah, we got hit on there, but it was when we ran down Haifa Street that you're almost guaranteed to get hit. Everybody talks about Biop being a bad place, but I'll tell you right now that every time that we made a run down Haifa Street, I was there for the Falmouth at 2-3 when they stood up the team. I was already doing BSD. I did that for like a year and some change before I went over there to TSD. And every time, I know in the beginning days before we realized how bad that area was to run down, that we'd run down it, and we got hit every time we went down it. We got grenaded, IED'd, or something one day by IPs, Iranian police, because they actually closed the checkpoint behind us. And when they did, everybody's like, "Oh shit, here we go." And sure enough, it happened.
Greatly appreciated.
So, I mean,
Thanks. Back in play.
Bob,
Thanks.
yeah, we made countless runs down that. Yeah, we'd get hit every once in a while, Bob, but it wasn't like some of the other roads.
Really? What was your deployment schedule like? Was it 2 months on, 1 month off? Was it different for everybody? Were you guys working with the same guys your entire career?
I think for the most part they do rotations of 90 days in country and then 30 days vacation, and you could sell your leave back sometime if you wanted to stay, but they didn't really like that all the time, because if you stay over there too long, like these guys were saying, the threat level was so high and you never get a break from that stress. It starts to take a toll on you. So you had an option for a year contract. At least when I first got there, they had year contracts where you could do the 90-30 rotation for a year, and they also had 6-month contracts. So you did 90, go home for 30, then do another 90, and that was the completion of your contract. And I switched teams a few times. So the first contract I did was the team that went to the desert and did the mass grave site security. And when we weren't in the desert, we did traditional PSD movements. And then I got moved to another team where we had like a permanent principal. A lot of times you're not protecting the same person. A lot of times you just get a run sheet from the embassy, and it could be whatever diplomat needs to go out in the red zone to meet with an Iraqi official. So you go to the embassy, you bring them out and bring them back, and that's what it is. And the person that you're protecting can change day to day. With the second team I was on, we had a designated principal, so we rode with this guy every day. He worked in the green zone, but would go out in the red zone a lot. And then I took a short break between contracts, between my second and third contract, I believe. It's just a month or so, or a couple months. And when I came back, they were going to assign me to the ambassador detail, So I wasn't real keen on that. I didn't really want to go to the ambassador's detail because there's so much support and there's so much. You're the inner layers of it, so you're never really on the front lines, so to speak. So I kind of put up a little bit of a fight to the detail leader or whoever was assigning me. I said, listen, there's no way you can put me on another team. And he said, well, I can put you on red detail, and red detail is made up of the teams that were quick reaction force teams, the tactical support teams, and that was right in my alley. So I said, yeah, go ahead and put me on that. And that's when I moved over to Raven 2-3. I believe Dustin was already on the team, and then I showed up, and then Nick and Paul came later.
So none of you guys knew each other until you were all attached to Raven 2-3?
Right.
And that was, what, 20-man team, 19-man team?
I'll say this, when you're in such a large camp, there's a lot of people that you know, you recognize faces, but you may not know names. So still to this day, whenever I see people that reaches out to us and everything else, I'm like, who is this? Because one, it's been so long, and two, over there with just so many of us that were there, it's like, oh, I know that dude by his face, but I didn't know his name. And so for us, we're, Evan and I were on two different, I was on the Team 6 group, and so he was on a different group. And your team is kind of the outer group. You know every dude on there going in and out of the red zone in Baghdad. And so, like I said, whenever we started up 2-3, I was one of the founding members, and then Evan came. I got to know him. He was in the truck with me in the back, and then later on, if I'm not mistaken, Paul came, and you're pretty much in the ERU or follow. Oh no, you didn't follow? Okay, so Paul was in the follow, and Nick came, and that's how we all kind of got to know each other. Was we had the different, when they bring you together on a team, whenever you really start meeting people.
Enemies at the platform!
I don't know if this still holds true today, but I remember hearing friends say that Blackwater is the only private military contracting company that never lost a principal. Do you guys know if that's still true to this
I
day?
believe that is true. And the figures, I'm not exactly sure the exact figure, but it was over 100,000 missions, and we never lost a principal. Not even a principal injured, so that's a pretty amazing job. One of the most difficult tasks there were over there.
Especially in 2007, with it being deemed the most violent and bloody year of the entire war.
They said that in 2007 there was an average of 180 engagements from insurgents a day in Baghdad alone.
We did lose 43 of us.
Right.
Of all the different contracts. There's the number that we know, that I know, is 43. And so there was 43 contractors, and whatever, a lot of it was on the WPPS contract because we was running Baghdad every day. And, where the other ones are at, I'm not real sure. But, we never lost one. And we ate a lot, though.
Yeah.
A lot of our brothers died. A lot of your brothers died in this, so.
It was the most effective protection unit in the entire world.
And that was with some standards that were put down from the State Department. For example, they dictated that the PSD teams roll around in high-profile convoys, in black Suburbans, in big vehicles that everybody in the city knows there's an important American in there, there's an important diplomat in there, and they just create a huge target. And despite that, we still didn't lose a single principal.
That's incredible. But hey guys, let's take a quick break. When we come back, I want to talk about just kind of the daily routine and the op tempo of what you guys were facing once you all met. All right, guys, we're back from the break. You guys have just all met. You're a part of Raven 2-3 now. And so I want to kind of go over, like I said earlier, the op tempo of kind of what your day-to-day life was and what the operational environment was, what the threat was. But just before we get into that, Paul, if you could talk a little bit about use of force and the steps that you guys would take that were mandated from State Department, your rules of engagement before you actually fire a shot.
Yeah, so with the environment that it was, there was always the use of force. There was the use of force continuum, and it started with literally just your voice and the hand motion to stop or kiff, and then it could elevate to water bottles, and then to pin flares, and then to if you had to engage a threat directly, be it in the engine of the vehicle or the driver or the threat themselves. And so those were the steps that were always, I mean, just pounded into your psyche at that point. They were part of your everyday vernacular and just a big piece of your toolbox. And it was something that all of us followed to a T. I think we probably threw more water bottles than anything. And a lot of times it wasn't even necessarily a threat. It was somebody just not paying attention, or it was someone in a car that was pulling out into traffic and they just didn't see you coming. It's just an honest mistake. So it wasn't always this environment of just total chaos and destruction.
Did you guys have signs on the back of your vehicles that said in Arabic and in English, stay back 100 feet or you will be shot?
Yes, sir.
So that was the first thing they would see. Second thing would be vocal, you yelling. Third thing would be water
Hand
bottles.
signals.
Hand signals?
Yeah, I mean, it could be both in the same.
Yeah. Throwing a water bottle at the vehicle. Pencil flares, which are just basically 9mm flare. And then
if
disabling
the
the
threat
vehicle.
keeps coming, you can raise your weapon. And then if it continues to come, you can put a round into the grill. And if they continue to come after that, you can go to the windshield and neutralize the threat.
So the reason you guys are doing that is because of all the vehicle-borne IEDs out there. And I just want to throw a couple examples up real quick of exactly what a vehicle-borne IED is. So what happens over there is you'll get a white Corolla. That's probably the most common vehicle, white Toyota Corolla. And they would come out of traffic, whether you're stopped at a checkpoint, they'd blend in with the gen population. And they would speed up while you guys are giving these signals, you know, hey, stop. That way, if it is somebody that is not a car bomb, then they get it. They see, hey, don't go any closer or I'm going to be neutralized. But if it is a car bomb, you guys have to protect the boys. And as I'm talking, there's video up right now of different examples of what exactly that looks like and how devastating a car bomb can be.
Right, and what people have to understand is everyone in the city, every Iraqi knows the rules of engagement. They know that they shouldn't get close to a convoy. And our convoys, like I said before, they are super high profile. It's not like we're riding around in taxis and trying to blend in with the crowd. We have shiny black Suburbans, we have big armored vehicles. So it's pretty common knowledge that, okay, when you see a convoy come through, you stop, you pull up to the side of the road, let them go by, and then continue on with your day. And another thing, in a VBID explosion, every meter is very important. So when people watch the movies, I guess, they might get an image of a VBID like, okay, well, if I'm 100 feet away from this thing and it goes off, oh, I'll be all right. No, there were explosions during that time period that will level a building. We were just talking about a specific incident where an explosion happened. I think it was 600 or more pounds of explosives went off early morning, and it blew up a hotel. And this explosion was literally miles away from where I was, and I was sleeping at the time, and I had one of those old webcams on my table, and the shock from that explosion that was miles away was so strong it knocked the camera off my table, and I jumped on the ground because I thought it was a rocket that hit right outside my trailer. And when I opened the door, I couldn't believe it because I could see the smoke rising from miles and miles away.
So when you're talking about, just for the audience, when you're talking about every meter counts, what you're talking about is how fast a blast wave can die down, and just 1 meter could possibly save your life. Maybe you'll keep a couple of limbs, and so, obviously the farther you are, the weaker the blast wave gets, and that happens, just with a regular IED, it happens faster than something like a 600-pounder. But, so with that being said, it's imperative that you go through that use of force continuum, fairly fast, because the greater the distance, the better the probability that you're going to survive the blast. And so I just wanted to say that for the audience who haven't experienced,
One thing to add on the use of force, that was dictated specifically by State Department. That wasn't something that we made up ourselves. And you had a big issue with the military because they had a different continuum of force, use of force. And so they had a problem with some of the ways that State Department set the guidelines that we should follow. They didn't think that certain things should be done this way, that way, or whatever. But at the end of the day, our boss was U.S. Department of State. It was not the military, it wasn't Blackwater, it was U.S. Department of State. And so when the embassy puts out, it says, hey, I want you to take this step, this step, this step before you do anything. The military might say, well, you got to do all these other steps before you can do something. But the problem was, is we didn't work for them. And a lot of the friction that we had with military units and everybody else that was in the area was that the commander thought that he should be able to dictate what goes on in his area of operation. That's fine if he's running his area for the military. But whenever it come to us, we were set in stone the steps that we had to follow by state. And so it's not something that we took lightly, because if we overstepped our bounds, then we were responsible for what we did. At the end of the day, if we did something messed up, you could get charged or you could be fired like this. So it's not something that's we took lightly.
Another thing in regards to the rules of engagement, Blackwater was the largest contractor in Iraq at certain times, and it was a high-profile name. But there were many, many companies from other countries as well that were operating in Iraq that didn't have those same rules of engagement. So when they would go out and they're not wearing a military uniform, the local Iraqis would assume it was Blackwater. But 99% of the time, it was just some other contracting company that may have engaged a car or a person and not followed the same strict rules of engagement that we had, but because the only name that they knew was Blackwater, we got thrown under the bus for it.
That's a good point. I
Or-
didn't think about that.
If somebody asks you, who do you work for because you did something messed up, are you going to tell them, hey man, I work for Triple Canopy? You're gonna be like, oh no, I work for Blackwater.
That's a good
Take
point.
it,
Bill.
take it up with them. So a lot of the dirt that was put on us, that smeared with the, you know, you talked about this, the notoriety that had to do with Blackwater during that time. Everybody thought was trigger happy, but you got to think how much was actually us versus how much was other companies that were doing things that instead of saying, hey, I'm Dynacor, I'm KBR, I'm Triple Canopy, I'm whoever. No, hey, we work for Blackwater. Go ahead and call the embassy with your complaint.
I forget what the percentages are, but Eric Brent said once in an interview that our percentage or our ratio between actually engaging target and disengaging and getting out of the area was, I want to say,
think
single digit.
It's less than 1/2 of 1%.
Yeah, I mean, the percentage is just unreal. If you look at the narrative as opposed to the actual percentage, it doesn't even line up.
And another thing people have to keep in mind is it depends on what team you are working with in Blackwater. So you had PSD teams that were doing protection for diplomats, and then you had the quick reaction force or the TST teams that we were on. So if you are on a PSD team, the likelihood of you shooting was relatively slim because of your mission. You know, you're trying to move your principal from A to B safely, let him do his business, and bring him back to the green zone safely and as quickly as possible. So I worked over there for 2 contracts on PSD teams, and I didn't shoot a single round. It was only till I moved to a TSD team where we were actually going to the engagement where I saw more firefights and shot rounds. So when people say, oh, these guys sound like they were into a lot, well, we were into a lot because our teams were getting hit a lot.
So Raven 2-3 was only mobilized when there was an active engagement happening to people that to your teammates and the principal who's being protected.
No, the way that worked is there was 3 TSD teams. You had 2-2, 2-3, and 2-6. All right. What we did is we did a 3-day rotation. We did 1 day on, 1 day off, 1 day or one. I'm sorry, 1 day on, 1 training day, 1 day off. And most of the time, it didn't work out that way. Most of the time, if you're secondary, primary, you're both working, and then the third team is on standby in case something happens. And even if we're training, we're still fully loaded out because at any time that we could be called. I showed you the picture that we just come from the gym, and we're in gym shorts, and we got our armor, our weapons on because we had to go out because we were off. We were all in the gym, we were all doing this and that. We got the call, and every second that you take to get gone is people are in a bind. And so what they would do with us is, let's say that you got 5 teams running in this part of Baghdad. You got 5 teams running over here in this part of Baghdad. Well, they would get 1 TST team to cover these guys, 1 to cover these guys. Now, we may go out to a different location in Baghdad to stage, and then the other one may stay in the green zone at one of the checkpoints waiting to see if something happened. Or we get a call in, like on May 23rd, like we'll talk about in a little bit, all 3 TST teams ended up showing up for that event.
I guess what I was getting at is you're only mobilized, you're only going to go into the red zone if there's an active gunfight happening and people need support. You're not there to do surveillance, reconnaissance, the what I want to say, traditional PSD work. You're there for when shit hits the
attack had come from. And so we set up security around the bird, and I linked up with the local assets. I think he was a lieutenant and a sergeant is who I talked to, and another guy on our team talked, and we're just saying, all right, look, y'all got the big guns. We're here. Told him what our mission was. He was like, all right. And so we're sitting there for a minute, and then we notice all these locals start coming out of the woodwork, and there was this crowd that had men, women, and children in it, and they're looking through the optics on the Bradley, and they're telling me this, and they've got people with AKs, but they've also got civilians intermixed in this crowd. And so what the Apache did, he just kind of flew low and kind of dispersed the crowd. And so they all kind of peeled off, and they started chucking their weapons into the fields. And a lot of times what they would do, they would just put them in a feed sack and pitch them out in the field. So we've been there maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then they just started coming back out of their houses when the Apaches gained elevation again. They started pulling their weapons back out, and they started engaging us, and then firefight broke out. And then somewhere in the middle of that, the mechanics show up, and then they start helping us engage. And then the Apaches, I guess they were asking for permission to use Hellfires, and we eventually got the Apache logs later, and they laid down a lot of ordnance. Like they blew up a couple buildings and a tree line, and then we didn't take any more contact after that. They killed all the bad guys, and then that was it. We took the mechanics took the sensitive stuff off the bird, and we loaded back up, flew back.
I know this is not on this subject, but you said before we moved to September 16th, we'd be all over Baghdad, all over the city and everything, right? And one of the things that they like to do to convoys in general over there with the military is cut off the last vehicle, and then everybody else would have to turn around and come back. And so, you know, you're always on the watch for ambush and everything else. Well, it was my vehicle. We had a car right as we were coming across a bridge that jacked out in front of us. I'm talking just pulled. Well, my driver did what he was supposed to do. He drove through to keep us from getting ambushed. I don't recall if we took rounds that day. I don't. I got my bell rung. I actually broke my back. I got 2 rods, 6 screws in my lumbar. And I couldn't tell you if we took a single round because we hit so hard that it almost ejected the front gunner. It rang everybody's bell inside of it. And I knew I got hurt, but I didn't realize how bad. And so, you know, the threat that we faced every day was all day, every day of shit could happen at any second, any time. And we wasn't a team that didn't leave the wire. In other words, we wasn't sitting around just playing on our computer and doing whatever. We were constantly on the go because somebody needed us for something. Whether it's just, like they were saying earlier, okay, they bring in the heavy trucks and it's a show of force. Or whether it's something that went boom.
Stay close to each other, team.
Boom or bang that we're actually responding to. But, you know, we're under the threat of attack all day, every day. And that's what people don't understand, is the prosecution sold Nassau Square, like this is right outside of here in Nashville, that it's a safe place, that nothing ever happens there.
Yeah.
But, you know, Baghdad wasn't like that. Baghdad was like the Wild West of...
What was it, about a month prior to that the car bomb went off underneath the square and blew a crater in that thing the size of something you see on the news.
Bill Cofield said that crater, I believe, was 50 meters deep and 75 meters wide. That's how big that fucking car bomb was. So,
And it was sold as if it was the Park Circle in Washington, D.C.
It was rivers of blood. When we went out there, like it was like, you know how you hear that term, rivers of blood, or like blood flowing in the streets. It was literally like just people. Like they didn't even know how many people got killed. Like it was a crowded thing. Dude drove it. I think it was actually in April. I think it was a few months before that. But he actually drove his car underneath. There was like a tunnel that went underneath it, and the people were milling about in that circle, and he detonated and it just, I mean, blew people to pieces, man. And like
Yeah.
we had drove through there, and it was insane.
Still being repaired.
Yeah, and all those months later, September, like they were still repairing it. The tunnel wasn't open.
Bill Cofield also said that that's why Circle was so proud of that day, was because that entire section was shut down.
That's right.
And we'll get into this later, but the threat is real, whether they want to admit it or not. And that's why when the FBI team eventually showed up 3 weeks after it happened, they didn't just walk out there and try to take pictures of the curb and pick up supposed evidence. They went out there with a platoon of security guys as well, because they didn't want to get blown up.
Full kit.
Patches on the station. And when patches come in, it's a game changer. You don't want to jack the whole thing. And so whenever they're there to start with, things are a lot less likely to happen.
Yeah. They would have the privilege of full protection, air, ground, everything. And you guys didn't. But let's take one more quick break. When we come back, we'll get into the
Watch out, up there!
September 16th.
The Retros are initiating a cash out. Vault 4 is being opened.
Engaging, and eventually the firefight ceased, and it was probably maybe 2 or 3 minutes of back and forth between us and the enemy. And then the shift lead calls for a tow out, which means the second vehicle, our vehicle is the third vehicle, the second vehicle is going to back up, and they're going to dismount fire team members and hook up a tow strap to our vehicle so that we can be pulled out, right? And so they do that, they execute the tow out, and we're traveling back to the green zone. And I remember hearing on the radio that the PSD team rated 4, that the initial attack had happened. Our sister team, I believe it was Raven 32, had picked them up, put them in their motorcade, and they were receiving contact as well on their route back. So they took another route away from Easter Square back to the green zone. And
So that was 2 separate firefights.
just
Within how close of each other?
within probably 2.5 miles, I would say, is the Isdahar compound. That was the compound they were at. It's probably 2 miles from the circle. So within that area, I didn't know exactly where they were at, but on their way back to the green zone, they were taking incoming as well. So you've got a radio log where we've got multiple engagements going on. We really believe on an after action report, we really believe that this was a kidnapping attempt. We really believe that they were going to detonate that D-bid and have the PSD team drive through Easter Square because that was the most direct route back to the green zone. And there was a huge water truck and a bus, like a big city bus. And they were going to just block off that intersection so that the PSD team would be trapped in there and they were going to kidnap the principal. That's how I feel about it. But they didn't expect guys with machine guns, up armored vehicles to roll into their ambush. So I think they just panicked and initiated their ambush prematurely. And so we get towed out, we make it back out of the circle, and as we're leaving the circle, I hear on the radio, we're still receiving fire, and somebody else calls out, we'll shoot back, and then he says, I can't shoot back, because I can't see the circle. And that was the last thing that I heard on the radio. We made it back to the parking lot, and that was it.
Do you have any idea how many people were engaging?
I saw 2 people engaging. I saw 2 Iraqi cops engaging.
Secure cash out A, go! Time to get some pads down.
Yeah, my memory is much the same as far as coming into the circle. It was really spooky. It was weird because there was a lot of active INGs and IPs, and not to beat a dead horse, but it was really something that was not normal, and everybody knew that something was wrong. And so as we pulled into the square, it was again, as we got settled, it seemed to be almost immediate as far as incoming fire. And at the same time, there was the white vehicle that was pulling out of stopped traffic. And everybody, including Iraqi witnesses, said that it was what they thought was an apparent V-bid. And so in the thought process of preserving the team and engaging a legitimate threat, the thought for me was to stop that V-bid. And so that's what I did. I engaged the threat, and following that, there were 5 other, if I recall correctly, 5 other threats that were engaging us. And as the call was let out that our command vehicle was disengaged and not able to start anything, I heard Corey Wainscott say over the radio, command turret gunner take up 6, because basically there's a wall of steel between us and the enemy where we were receiving fire from. And then the PRV got backed up, hooked up the tow out, and that's when I witnessed other threats trying to engage what I thought was Dustin. And so we got the tow out, we got hooked up, and we start moving out, and the volume of fire had died way down, but there were still other rounds coming in, and again, like Nick, I heard we're still taking fire, and I heard shoot back and fire back, and it was clearly Dustin saying, I don't have a clear threat, I don't have a clear target, and he popped smoke, and we'd move back, and we're driving down the right side of the road, button hook back, going towards the IZ. There were people up on rooftops of apartment buildings that were watching us. Clearly, they were watching what we were doing. We got back in the IZ and then went to Patriots. And then Nick pulled me out of the turret, peeled off my kit and my flight suit to check for holes. But I was good.
And the white, was it the Kia?
Mm-hmm.
In the white Kia, were you being engaged by threats when the white Kia was headed your way?
As I recall, it was all at the same time.
It all happened at the same time,
It was
so it was
simultaneous.
definitely, it appeared to be a coordinated attack.
Mm-hmm. And that same car, if I remember right, was on the BOLO list that morning.
That same car was on
Yeah.
the B. There was a B on the lookout for the white Kia for a possible
If I remember
VVIED.
correctly.
Yeah.
Would all of you say that?
Mm-hmm.
Were there any other assets in there? Did you guys have air? Did you have drones? Was Mill there?
So there was a drone. I think Nick can speak a little better to that than I can. I know that air showed up kind of at the tail end of things, and they were our support as we were coming in. But as far as I recall, air didn't engage at all.
Air, the
the
helicopters?
The gunfight had pretty much dissipated by then.
And the drone was already on station from the VBID that had gone off just a couple minutes earlier, correct?
As I
So it was
understand it.
already up in the air by the time you guys even rolled out of checkpoint 12?
Yes, sir.
So I was the driver of the command vehicle, the third vehicle of the convoy. So we rolled into Nisor Square, and I agree with these guys that there was something off about the Iraqi police activity. It just seemed to be a bigger number of Iraqi police and even, I think, Iraqi National Guard. And typically when you see them, they're either directing traffic by shooting their weapons in the air, or they're lounging around in the shade resting. They're not really too active. So I did notice when we pulled up into the circle, it was totally packed with traffic, and the IPs seemed to be maneuvering around and kind of like frantic movements, and that caught my attention. So pretty much as soon as we came to a stop, within a minute or less, we received incoming fire, small arms fire, and I started hearing the pings on the side of my vehicle. And at the same time, I don't know if I heard Paul yell it out on the radio or just yell it out down the turret that there was a white Kia that was presenting a threat and was coming towards the vehicle. So I'm kind of scanning the area looking for threats. I see the activity. I see some IPs raising their AKs, firing at the convoy, and then at the same time that white Kia is coming forward as well. But as a driver, your job is to safely move the team from point A to point B, and also give the turret gunner a secure platform to protect the team. So while I was looking for threats and scanning the area and calling out things that I was seeing, my job was to drive. So I just happened to glance down at the dashboard, and all of the dash lights were illuminated, which kind of concerned me, because that would mean that the vehicle is turned off. So I turned the key again, and it wouldn't start. It just kind of clicked. So I did it a couple times, and I looked over to the team leader to my right, and I said, "Hey, Haas, this vehicle's dead, man." And we were kind of in the middle of receiving all that fire. So as we spoke about earlier, we were in armored vehicles, but just because you're in an armored vehicle doesn't mean that you're totally protected. It doesn't mean you're in behind a force field. Yes, it does protect against small arms fire, but once you receive a certain number of small arms rounds, or even an explosion or an RPG, you're going to have big problems, no matter what armor you have. So one of the images that kind of would pop into my head was that image of the 4 guys that got burned in that convoy and strung up on that bridge. And it was a life or death moment. So the team leader kind of snapped me out of my driver mode, because the vehicle was obviously disabled from incoming rounds, and he told me to open the door so he could engage. So I swung the door open with my foot, leaned back against the seat, and he leaned over me and fired at some threats that he was identifying. I'm not sure how many rounds he really shot. It wasn't more than one magazine, but he pulled back. I shut the door and started working on the vehicle again. Shortly after, I kind of gave up on the vehicle because it was not going to start. It was just it was a waste of time. So he told me to open the door again, and that's when we both engaged. I saw an IEP that was kind of behind a fighting position. There was like some sandbags, and he was actively shooting at the convoy. So I shot in his direction, neutralized the threat, and shut the door. I think it was at that time where there was like a little lull in the firefight, and there's a few things that you could do when you're being actively engaged, or you get hit by an IED or BBIT. One of the things that you could do is the X is what you call the area when you're basically it's the danger area where all the fire is going to be directed at the X. So
The X is basically the best way to describe the X. The X is the entire focus of the battlefield. It is a magnet for bullets.
right,
So you want to get off the X as fast as possible, your vehicle being the X, because it's disabled and they're already shooting at it.
right. So we were kind of sitting ducks at that point. So one of the options that we had was for the follow vehicle to actually put their bumper against our rear bumper and push us out. But because of the way the vehicles were positioned, the amount of traffic in the circle, and the route that we would have to take to get just off the X, it wasn't feasible. It just would have been too hard to maneuver the vehicle without power steering. So the team leader made the call that we're going to tow out, and like Nick said, the ERV vehicle, which is the second vehicle in the convoy, backs up. The follow vehicle provides cover for the side of the threat. They hook up the tow strap, and then they tow you out. So on the way back, I do remember guys calling on the radio that were receiving fire still from back in the circle, and Dustin came on the radio and said he didn't have a clear shot. And then we got pulled back to the green zone, fighting the vehicle the whole time, and that was it. It was a relatively minor engagement in the big scheme of things. It's serious anytime you discharge your weapon, but the amount of firefights that we had been in the weeks leading up to that, in comparison, it was a relatively minor engagement in my opinion.
Well, as we rolled into the circle, we started receiving fire. I don't recall exactly the timeline and how fast everything happened. It's been some time ago. I just know that we were being shot at from the south down there. There's an area that I could clearly see people engaging us, and I neutralized the threat. And I'm not sure how many people was there. It's just one of those things that you got a problem and you got to solve it. And like they were saying about the IPs and everything, one of the things that was dividing my attention is there was a bunker that had a belt fed in it off to the it'd be out of the area that we came leaving the checkpoint. He drove right by it. And so not only was I dealing with the active threat, but I was also kind of keeping an eye on that too. And so I know that after everything, it was short. It wasn't a big firefight. It was after everything was done, I started throwing smoke on the way out. And that way it covers our exit, where if the enemy can't see you, then they can't shoot you.
You're providing concealment for the entire convoy.
Yeah, I threw every smoke that we had, and they said it was acting irrational or stuff like that. And so my fire team member, which is the guy inside the vehicle, he handed me up a thermite, and I looked at that and realized it was a thermite, not a smoke. I could have thrown it. I could have just chunked it wherever and let whatever burn. But instead, I handed it back to him saying, hey man, if we need this, we're gonna need it. I'm not just gonna throw it. So as we were leaving, and it'd be to the north of the circle, I could still see shit skipping off the pavement around us. And I called out on the radio and I said, hey, we're still taking fire. And that was after the tow out and everything else. And it wasn't a lot, but it was still enough to concern me. Well, I actually got hit with I don't know what it ricocheted off of, but it hit me in the chin strap of my Kevlar. And so I had a big old pop knot on my chin, and it landed in the bend of my arm right here. And the Nomax suit's like 1,200-1,500 degrees before it's supposed to combust. And I was actually on fire. And so I put the fire out with my glove and everything. And then whenever I called and I said, hey, we're taking fire, I got the order from my team leader saying, shoot back. And I called back on the radio. I said, I can't shoot back. I don't have a target. I'm not just going to open up. I had 400 rounds linked together. And if I wanted to be malicious, I wouldn't have had a one linked up. I had all kinds of ammo in the truck too. So I had plenty of ammo if I wanted to be malicious. And we got back to the Patriots parking lot, and as soon as we came into the gate, before we got there, I stripped off my armor and had my fire team member check me because I knew I'd been hit by something to make sure that I didn't have a hole in me that I didn't feel because of the adrenaline and everything else. And so I didn't have any holes in me, which was good. And when we got back to Patriots, I went and got my burns dressed and everything. So that was pretty much the short and sweet.
How many other teammates out there other than 19 you guys were engaging threats? Do you know?
Moving on to the next stage.
Was everybody?
No, it would have been.
There was like 7 total.
7?
Yes, sir. 7 out of the 19, I think, engaged.
The way the trucks were positioned, we were spread out across the southern side of the circle pretty good. So the distance between the lead vehicle and the follow vehicle would be what? It was a good distance. So what the people in the lead and the second vehicle are looking at is not necessarily the same as the third and fourth vehicle. And there was a median that went basically right where the second and third vehicle were separated. So if you were in those first 2 vehicles, that street that most of the threats were on was blocked by palm trees in that median. So, and it's hard to really say with any accuracy how many guys were firing also, because we were all us 3 were in one truck. Dustin was in the follow. So, like we've said before, when you're in a firefight, you're kind of paying attention to the threat and doing your thing. You're not really conscious of, hey, this guy in this truck is firing out this porthole or this gunner is shooting in this direction. You really don't know. So anything that I would say now would be something I heard after the fact. So, yeah.
How much distance was between you guys and the threats that you were engaging?
75, 100 meters maybe.
The Kia did get pretty close as well. As far as the IP's maneuvering, yeah, 50, 75 meters.
The Kia was a very controversial topic when you guys got to court, and there was another shooter who engaged the Kia, who wasn't there?
Right.
That wasn't you guys.
Mm-hmm.
There's actually 2 other shooters besides us that engaged the Kia. And one was dropped for lack of evidence because nobody saw him shoot. He's the one that said in his sworn statement that he shot. And then the other one that's not here with us today took a guilty plea. And he's admitted to killing the passenger and if not the driver, if I'm not mistaken.
So just to recap, there was a V-bid, your team got hit, your sister team got hit. They went out to go recover them. There's also there was a Army engagement also happening at the exact same time, plus your engagement, so that's 3 firefights within a 5-mile radius, correct? Then you showed up, there was already a drone on station who was filming footage, and you had 2 Blackwater little birds on station as well, out there. So you get that. Did you guys think anything of it?
No.
It sounds like a pretty minor engagement compared to some of the other stuff that we just talked about.
When we
Yeah, I
got
think
when we got back, the main concern was get ready in case we had to go back out.
Yep, I brought the vehicle straight to get repaired and get loaded up, and my main concern was getting that vehicle ready to go back out.
Yeah, there were still other teams out there.
And remember, there was there was an average of 180 engagements a day in the year 2007 when this happened. So, at what point did you guys get indicted?
Well,
Before we go into the indictment, the thing that was weird about this shoot versus others is, okay, normally the shooters do a statement. Okay, at the end of the day, if you shot your weapon, if you discharged it in any manner, you're supposed to do an after-action report, an AAR. And when you do, whoever shot is supposed to turn in a statement and to the detail leaders. And then the detail leaders walk that to the embassy. And as soon as we got back in, we was eating chow, and they started looping the video from the tower over and over on CNN.
A video of your guys' firefight
A video
was already
a video
on CNN.
yeah, right after
How fast?
about 30 minutes.
30 minutes, CNN was rolling this.
Yeah, it took us just enough to go from crossfire to make sure that we were ready to go back out. I got my burns treated. We went back in. We were eating lunch in case we had to roll again. And my whole team is sitting at a table. And there's the big old school TV that's back there in the back, big square one. And it's on CNN. Well, it starts looping the video footage afterwards. And you see one burning vehicle, the Iraqi fire department or whoever it is hasn't even got there to put it out yet. There's a couple vehicles that are still there that I guess were disabled back behind the Kia. And you don't see bodies littered all over the street like this says. And if I remember correctly, that video was shot within just a few minutes after the firefight itself. And so the thing that struck me odd, like I was saying about the statements, is normally the shooters just do a statement and then it's taken over there to the embassy. If they got questions, they call you. But later that evening, they wanted the whole team to write a statement. And I guess because of the CNN stuff. And so the whole team had to sit down and do their sworn statements, security statements. So I declare underneath the penalty of perjury, this can't be used against me as long as I tell the truth and whatever the statement is. I don't remember the exact heading. I'm sure one of those can be found in the actual statement. And what you do then is you go in and it's a work statement. It's just like a cop. When a cop discharges a weapon on the streets here in the U.S., he's got to go in and he's got to give a work statement. And what he's telling his boss is because of an investigation is going to happen. And so he gives a statement. Well, it was weird that the whole team got called over. So we started doing our statements. Then we went to the embassy and turned them in person. And then I know that we went back like 3 other times. And there was people that said that they didn't shoot that did. And that caused a lot of friction because there was a grenade or 2, I don't remember how many, that were shot. And there's only certain people within the motorcade that had grenades. I was one of them, always one of them. And there's, I don't remember who the others were, but there's unaccounted rounds that were spent. And so what created friction was the person that shot that said that they didn't. They started pointing the finger, and it went from just a questioning to a more aggressive interrogation of where did this round come from? Well, if it didn't come from you and it didn't come from him, where did these rounds come from? It's like, I don't know, dude. I don't know what to tell you. And so after we all did our statements and we kept going back and forth in between the embassy and the man camp and answering the investigators' questions and, you know, being honest. I haven't deviated. I've never said anything outside of my sworn statement, and I stand by that. Because what I said right after the incident, whenever I wrote that statement out, everything was fresh. If I try to give you a recap of anything that's today, there's been so much everything else and the years that's gone by. I just couldn't give you an accurate statement because of all the things that we've heard in court. And everything else, it's just not fresh. And so I know that after we gave those statements before we were indicted, that there was a State Department agent that actually leaked those to the press. So I know Paul's statement was on CNN. Paul Mark's statement was on CNN. And so they took a protected document and leaked it to the general public. I don't know how long after that until we got
I think so. The incident happened September 16th, 2007. I stayed until the end of my contract. I wasn't able to go out and work. And like he said, that initial night when instead of just calling the shooters, they called everybody over there. And the way they were interviewing everybody, there was definitely something a little different about that that firefight. So because kept going on with our days over there, working out, watching TV, hanging out, waiting to go back to work. And then it was about 3 weeks later that we received word that the FBI was going to come over and investigate. So in my mind, the firefight was a minor engagement. So I invited them to come over and investigate. I'm like, you know what, if this is what it takes to resolve this thing, come on over and do it. So shortly after that, my contract was up, so I went home. And that was the first time I met with a lawyer. And I was so naive at the time, I guess you could say, or I just didn't have any experience with the justice system. I didn't realize how serious this whole thing was about to get, because one of the first things I asked my lawyer, I said, hey, when can I go back to work? And he said, listen, forget about Blackwater. And right there, I knew it was about to get serious. So it took about a year later when I got that final call where he said, listen, I was in Colombia at the time overseas, and he said, you got to come back. They're going to indict 5 guys on the team. I don't know if it's you, but you better come back just in case. So I came back, and sure enough, I was one of the 5.
Well, let's take a quick break and then we'll get into what happened in court. Alright guys, so now it's 2009, 2 years past the actual incident in Czar Square, and you're just now getting indicted, correct?
Late 2000.
Late 2009?
2008.
2008,
Yep.
so about a year and a half afterwards. So, press says there were 17 killed, or 17 innocent civilians killed, and I believe 20 injured. Now, they didn't send an FBI investigative team for, 3 weeks after the incident. So, I don't know what the hell they could have found 3 weeks after the incident. It had sort of a major traffic signal in the middle of Baghdad, but they didn't show up for 3 weeks after the incident. And
Once in a blue moon. We'll find out next round.
I'd like to mention the powerhouses as well. They made the cut.
let's start with what happened when they indicted you guys.
Well,
How many of you got indicted, and what were you being indicted for?
like I said, I got a call from my lawyer saying that he got word that 5 guys from the team were getting indicted, and he wasn't absolutely sure it was me, but it was in my best interest to come back to the United States just in case, because I was one of the shooters. So came back to the States. I met with them, and I figured out that it was going to be me, Dustin, Nick, and Paul, and a 5th guy on the team. And the first thing that popped in my mind was, well, why us and not the other shooters? And one of the reasons was because simply they took the reports, the protected reports that we wrote, and used those against us to figure out who shot, first of all. In the case of one of our teammates, as soon as they started pressuring him and he figured out he was in the middle of a big investigation, he immediately flipped and started to cooperate with the government. And that was the first time where I caught word of that, because, you know, in my mind, no one did anything wrong out there. And I was going to fight and prove that I was innocent, and I sure as hell wasn't going to cooperate with a faulty investigation and throw my buddies under the bus. So when I learned that there was a guy on the team that could do that, I thought, well, maybe he feels like he did something wrong, which to this day I don't believe he did anything wrong either. I just think that he's weak and he folded when they pressured him. And, you know, we hear a lot of stories about heroic deeds in combat and people getting medals of honor for jumping on grenades. And in his case, he's actually the total opposite of that. So instead of jumping on a grenade to save his teammates, he was willing to push us on the grenade to save himself. And the only problem with that is that we survived, and I'm willing to tell everybody he's a coward.
Now, this specific person you're talking about, Ridgway, correct? There was beef within the community. I mean, nobody really liked him. He was kind of known as being late all the time, didn't keep himself in shape. What else? So there was a grudge between him and the rest of the team, correct?
Well, it's not that nobody didn't like him. It's, he used to hang out with us and would drink beer and scotch or whiskey, whatever, in the evenings. And it's the work ethic. You know, it's, all right, we got a mission to do. We need to be on time to do the mission. Personally, he wasn't that bad of a dude. But when it came to work itself, that's where people had a problem with it. It was job performance type stuff was the issue.
Yeah. And I just say one more thing. I would agree with Dustin. My problem with Ridgway is nothing stemming from what he interact or how he interacted. I was friendly with him. We joke around, you know, he was a prankster or whatever. His job performance, like Dustin said, subpar. But my main problem is what he did when he came back to the States. You know, so I just want to make that clear. It's not like we were at each other's throats overseas. We worked together. We got along fine. Did I agree with everything that he said or everything that he did? No, but you don't really get along with everybody on your team anyway. It wasn't a major problem. My problem is what he did when he came home, when he showed his real colors.
Well, when you guys say that he flipped, and this investigation and the courts, there's so much shit that goes into this, I don't know if we can cover it all. But he reversed the statement, correct?
5 times.
5 times.
There's, I believe, 5 different FBI theories.
That's right. Initially, he said that he was taking enemy fire. He stuck with that. He stuck with that part of the story until I think 2014, and he just they convinced him that he shouldn't have done what he did as far as people in vehicles. They convinced him that he did something wrong, like he should have done everything he could not to engage a few people that were in vehicles. But he maintained for years that he was taking contact from that bus stop where there was, right after the incident, there was pictures of brass taken at that exact location that he had maintained that he was receiving enemy fire from for years.
Pictures of what kind of brass?
AK-47 shell casings were scattered at the exact location that he said he was taking fire from. And that's even in his FBI 302 the initial interviews. He's like, he admits that he was taking fire from here, but his lawyer got him to plead guilty to both counts were like had to do with vehicles, like that he shouldn't have engaged or something. So they basically convinced this guy that he did something wrong, and then they just kept chipping away at him over the years.
It's the same place that I said I took fire. It's not just him saying that he took fire from there, because I engaged threats in that area too. And so it wasn't him just saying, hey, I shot here, here, and here. I don't know where all he shot. I've never read a statement. But I can tell you for sure where the AK shells were is where I took fire from. 100%.
And there are photos of the shells at the exact location where you guys said that you took fire.
Yes.
And then he reversed his statement. He made a plea deal with the government saying that I changed my mind. I was wrong. I wasn't taking, nobody took any fire.
That's right.
The government accepted his first statement saying that, okay, you took fire, and we'll let you plead guilty on that. And then the government changed the strategy. Nobody took fire. And when they did that, it was no longer taking a plea deal unless you say that you took fire or did not take fire. I apologize. And so he had to go back and say, all right, I never took any fire out there that day. I was never engaged at all. I never heard or seen anybody shoot at us.
They said there was 17 bodies, 17 dead, correct? They only found 2 bodies. No autopsies were done. There was no attempts to match bullets to the victims. And the Iraqi army and the Iraqi police were infiltrated by Iraqi people. So much. So you guys gotta help me out here with the chronological order here, because there's so much stuff to cover.
I got some things to say about what you just said about the autopsies, right? So they did pull the bullets out of some of his bodies, but they didn't match ours. They were actually AK-47 rounds that they pulled out of some of the dead people that they were trying to put on my brothers, and then they lost those rounds that they had pulled out. So they actually did find bullets in some bodies that they had at the hospital where they supposedly took all the victims to. But when they tried to match them to our weapon systems, they found out that they were more consistent with the AK-47 than our weapon system, so they lost those rounds. They never brought them back to the States.
Who lost those rounds?
The FBI.
The FBI just happened to.
They left them in
lose
Iraq. That's right.
What about the drone that was over top? Because that seems like the drone could have proven everything.
They deleted footage.
They deleted the footage.
Absolutely. So the way that it was presented is there's a beginning and there's an end, but there's no middle. And in the middle, that's the actual engagement. So they're trying to say that it was deleted as a normal course of business. How can the middle of a stream from a drone be deleted? It doesn't make any sense. Why would it be deleted?
So they had drone footage. Were you guys in any of the drone footage? Were you guys in any of the drone
Yeah.
footage?
Yeah, and then there's just a black hole, and then that's being paid out.
So there's what, roughly 3 to 10 minutes of drone footage?
The drone footage showed our vehicles in the circle, and then it's not till later on that it picks back up in the circle, and it's like we're already gone out of the circle by then. So I don't know how much time had elapsed there's a big gap, and we were trying to track down that gap. The only answer they could give us was it was deleted as a normal course of business.
But they didn't delete the drone footage of you pulling set the vehicles into the circle. They didn't delete that.
That's right.
Just took
They've got pictures of us. There's still photos of us setting in the circle. I don't know if it's satellite or drone, but there's beginning drone footage and there's a middle drone footage that's missing, and then they've got end drone footage, right? So at some point they took stuff out, and we got them to confirm that yes, at one time this was whole footage. Like a man from the Geospatial Agency testified. He said yes, at some point this was complete footage. And so my lawyer was like, so you had it, and now you don't. And he's like, correct. And he's like, no further questions.
And the footage leaving shows the big wet spot on the ground where the radiator was blown out of the vehicle that had to be towed out. So you can see all the radiator fluid, the big wet spot on the ground.
So there wasn't much time. They literally just pulled the actual firefight.
That's right.
Right, because I mean it was over 100 degrees. How long does a wet spot on the street last in Iraq? You know?
That's right. That's a good point.
U.S. Army captain took photos of the documented 7.62 shell casings. He reported to the FBI that Iraqis were cleaning the shell casings from the exact spot they took the fire from.
There's a picture, or there's a disc that had 52 pictures on it. And they turned over to us 50 pictures of the 52, if I remember correctly. That's almost the exact number. And what happened was during trial, they let the Iraqis testify. And that's the captain that took those pictures. He gave those over to the investigators. Well, midway through trial, after everybody had gone home, they said, oh, if we found these pictures, it's an honest mistake. Well, what that did for me is I'm like, all right, cool. This shows exactly where I said I fired at. This shows that somebody was shooting at us. And then the next pictures that they took, those shell casings are gone. It's AK brass. And our judge said, well, that's old brass. How can the judge determine if it's old Chinese, Russian, whatever it is, ammo that's been stored in a warehouse or anything else? And where's the forensic analysis of anybody saying that this is old brass, new brass? This stuff has been sitting out there for a week, a month, prior to our stuff. I've never been a conspiracy theorist, but I mean, when you got a picture of one time that they took it, the brass is there. You got a picture the next time they took it, and the bottle cap that's still sitting on the ground is gone. I mean, that's convenient, just like the drone footage.
And this Army investigator had no communication with you guys, no relationship with you guys. You'd never met him. It wasn't like.
No, I think what it was is he was based relatively close to where it happened, so he heard the gunfire and he loaded up his platoon and headed out. So he was at the scene pretty quickly, and he started taking pictures of different things that he thought would be important if something happened there. And one of the things he took a picture was AK-47 shell casings, exactly where everybody was seeing incoming fire. And basically what it comes down to is it just shows this guy was on the scene minutes after it happened, and there was evidence that supported us. And then as time elapsed, and either a day later, 2 days later, 3 weeks later, when the FBI shows up and tries to do an investigation in an unsecured crime scene, they didn't block anything off. All the cars were moved. There was only one car that remained in the circle, and that was the white Kia. And that wasn't even secured. It was just pushed on the side of the street. Basically, what this all shows is, from the first minute those Iraqi police, under their Iraqi police chief, Colonel Ferris, was cleaning all the evidence that supported our fire, and basically piling on all the evidence that would make us look bad. So, it was 5.56 rounds or shell casings on the ground. Let's show all this and on the video, send it to CNN. Or, there's magazines over here. There's 203 rounds over here. It seemed like it was just rigged against us from the very start.
How long did the first case go on for before it got thrown out?
It was about a year. So we got indicted. We figured out that Ridgeway was cooperating, and the four of us, we stood strong and said, fuck no, we don't feel like we did anything wrong. We're gonna push this to trial, and we're gonna make you fucking prove that we're guilty. And if not, you gotta leave us the fuck alone. Because we, at this point, a couple of years has passed, or a year and a half, we were already tired of dealing with this. Like we said at the very beginning, the firefight was not a major engagement. And as it ballooned from there and got media attention and just got, exaggerated, we were just exhausted from this whole process. And we just wanted it resolved. So we were fine with pushing it to trial. It was only later that I understood that that's a bad idea. I don't care who you are. I don't care how innocent you are. If you go to trial, you have less than 1% chance of winning. And most people that are criminals, they understand that, and 90% of people plead guilty before they ever get to trial. We have never been in trouble. I've never had even a speeding ticket. So my experience in the justice system was basically zero before this. So I figured I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to be cleared. I want to go back to work. I want to keep serving my country. Let's go to trial and get this resolved. So it was about a year after the indictment that we were finally doing the final preparations for trial, and we were presenting different things that the prosecution was doing that was basically illegal. Things having to do with evidence, using our protected reports against us, basically using those reports to figure out who shot. And we presented this all to the judge, and we all went home. The hearing for that, all the misconduct that the prosecution was doing, that took a couple weeks, but our lawyers said, listen, don't get too excited. This type of stuff rarely works. Plan on going to trial. So it was about a month or so after that hearing, and you guys can talk about your personal experience when you heard it, but I was driving in New Hampshire, and I got a call from my lawyer. And back then, anytime I got a call from my lawyer, I got sick to my stomach. I was like, fucking shit, what now? Sometimes I get an email. If I was overseas, because I lived in Colombia a lot of times, he would email me and say, call me ASAP. And I'd start sweating, because he never had good news. So he called me, and he told me that he had my dad on the other line, but he was, I guess, obligated to tell me first that the judge had dropped all the charges against all of us. We were good to go. The prosecution got hammered because of all the illegal shit they were doing, and I can get my passport back, I can go overseas, I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm good. And I thought this shit was over. And that was in late 2009. It was on December 31st, 2009. And I thought I was totally cleared, and here we are in 2021. We barely resolved.
I don't really understand why they hammered you guys, at the beginning. I mean, I know now the end game, and we'll get into that later, but, just for an example, in 2005 alone, 17,000 civilians were killed, by tribal and or insurgent violence, and that's according to IraqiBodyCount.org. So, you know, they only found 2 bodies, you guys, that were, you know, civilians, and we already went over that. That was a justified shoot. But
Well, the original body count, and I'm not real sure on the number, but I want to say it was around 10 people total that was reported to the U.S. Embassy before everybody got a hold of it.
it was reported but was not found.
That was reported.
And how they found the report, let's talk about that, because the Iraqi police colonel, Kareem,
Ferris, yeah.
how did he ID the bodies? Let's talk about how that happened.
Well, I'll go into it a little bit. Basically, we didn't find out his whole history until well down the road. We're talking 7 years later, but basically, he was the main Iraqi investigator in Iraq. So immediately after, he was the guy that was in charge of gathering evidence, gathering up supposed witnesses, organizing statements, and basically doing everything having to do with the investigation. So when the FBI showed up 3 weeks after the fact, they went straight to him. And of course, he turned over all the evidence that he had collected. And what a coincidence, there was no AK-47 shell casings, even though you could walk down any street in Iraq in that time frame and pick them up off the street. So he had none of that. All he had was 5.56, and he had 203 shell casings, and he had everything that basically made us look bad. And then he had all the witness statements organized, where you could tell that they were not written by this specific person because they used the same verbiage and the same language throughout all of it. And you have different people from all walks of life that may have been out there that have different levels of education, different vocabulary, but for some reason in these witness statements, they were all very similar. And one of the things that he did to speed up his investigation was he basically made infomercial, and he put it out on Iraqi TV, and he said, listen, if you were in this area, if you or anyone else you know was involved in this, come to the police station and make a statement. And in my mind, that was basically promoting people to go down there and make a claim to get possible payment from the U.S. Embassy or some other benefit from the United States as far as asylum or whatever.
Was that in the commercials that they would be paid?
I'm not sure what was in there, but I think it was implied. And
There was one particular witness that sat on the stand and actually testified that the police chief had told him, he said, if I tell somebody to go left, they go left. If I tell somebody to go right, they go right.
mhm.
Put down on paper what I tell you.
And that same police chief said, hey, if Blackwater will pay us X amount of dollars per person and we'll make all the witnesses go away, there won't be any to testify.
So that can basically explain why right after the incident, the body count is disputed. Okay, was it 4, 5, 6, whatever the number was? It grew over time. Wouldn't they know pretty much within 24 hours how many people were involved in this? That commercial put it out across Iraq to basically come down and make a claim, and you can possibly benefit from it. And we'll get into this later, but when we finally went to trial, we figured out that Colonel Ferris had links to 2 terrorist organizations, and that only later did the government try to distance themselves from him after all the things they worked hand in hand with this guy for 7 years, and he was their main guy. And then when it became a little bit public or unsealed that he was a possible terrorist, they didn't want to work with him anymore.
This match is a
They had video of the U.S. government finding 7.62 by 39 shells. The U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney, hid those photos that you were talking about for 7 years. The shell casings at the, I believe it was the bus stop that they were shooting with you guys from. Hid those photos for 7 years, and there were no repercussions for withholding the evidence on the assistant U.S. attorney's side. Was that the first indictment?
Yes, no, that was the second indictment, but the judge said that it was a harmless error, and that's how he ruled on that. Because I mean, at that point, you can't cross-examine a witness if they're not in the country.
They have video of gunmen dressed as police changing their shirts and walking away after the gunfight. Did you guys know that?
I didn't know that. I just knew that we had guys in the Little Bird helicopters that witnessed that too. So
Yeah.
There's actually footage of it.
Yep, this says that there was an actual video from the pilot.
Here we go. The jet setters kick off the first
But,
countdown.
man, there is a ton of evidence here that was not released that was in your guys' favor.
One thing that people have to keep in mind when we were trying to prepare for trial throughout the years, we only have access to what the prosecution gives us access to. So it's not like our defense team could fly to Iraq and put in a subpoena and talk to random witnesses and possibly get somebody that was going to say, oh yeah, those Blackwater guys were getting fired upon. They weren't allowed to do that. This is a very unconventional trial. It's never happened before like this. So the FBI team and the prosecution went overseas, and they gathered up the people that Colonel Ferris gave them on a platter, and they didn't dig and try to find people that supported our side of the story. So they flew those same people, including the guy that was linked to 2 terrorist organizations. They flew him over to Washington, D.C. to testify in front of a grand jury. And, you know, he could do it, stay in a nice hotel and take a picture in front of the White House. And we didn't have the freedom to go and actually proactively find people that could support our side of the case. So from the very get-go, it was one-sided. The deck was stacked in their favor, and they knew it.
All the vehicles that were supposed to be there that had anything to do with the incident was moved to a military base. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the same paper run, infomercial, whatever the statement was done. It said, hey, we're party these vehicles there. If you were there, come in. Well, they moved all that stuff to a military base. And our attorneys actually requested permission to go to Iraq with a forensic team of their own and do trajectory analysis to do just any type of analysis on the vehicles itself. Well, those vehicles were later deemed that they got crushed or lost or something, and they were denied the right to go and actually look at the vehicles themselves.
So the first time you guys got indicted, the case was dismissed for all 4 of you. Ridgway flipped. He said you guys weren't taking incoming fire. They didn't find enough evidence to convict you, any of you guys, so they dismissed the entire case, right? How long was it between that case and the next one where you were re-indicted for the second time? How much time passed?
It took about 2 years to re-indict us.
So you thought everything was fine for 2 years. Then Biden comes on TV, and what happens?
Right, so when we got the news that we got the case dismissed on December 31st, 2009, I really thought I was cleared. I was celebrating, was gonna go on with my life and put this behind me. And it was about a week later, less than a week later, somebody sent me a link to a video of Vice President Joe Biden in Iraq addressing the media, and they were questioning him on our case because the Iraqis were outraged about the whole incident, mainly because of the way he portrayed the media. And Vice President Biden basically said, listen, dismissal is not an acquittal. We will appeal this, and they will be prosecuted. So when I heard that, my heart kind of sunk, because when the Vice President says you're going to be prosecuted, you can damn sure believe that you're going to get prosecuted. So that happened. So technically we were cleared, but we knew that the government was going to appeal that dismissal and possibly bring it back. But I still had confidence that it would never make it to the inside of a courtroom again. So it took a good 2 years before they reversed the dismissal and indicted us for a second time.
All right, so the first case got dismissed. You guys are free. Then Joe Biden comes out. He announces he's going to re-indict you again. And this is where it gets extremely complicated. What I like to do is bring in an expert, Gina Keating, the investigative journalist who's been following this for 6 or 7 years now. And so I'd like to get her in here, get her take. She's going to give us chronological order on exactly what happened. And then when you guys come back to talk about what happened. All right, Gina, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to come down here and try to film this. And it got a little confusing. There was a lot of emotion. And I don't think anybody knows this case better than you, other than maybe the attorneys. So I just want to say thank you for coming down here and helping us out, get this stuff squared away.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to be able to use this knowledge again, because I've accumulated it over 5 years of covering the case. So, yeah.
You're the expert. Your podcast that you produced was incredible, and it was really hard to find any.
disqualified.
Anything that informative that wasn't typical media bullshit, and so it really helped me put this whole thing together.
Thank you. Yeah, it was, I wouldn't say fun to do, but it was really rewarding because we finally got to tell the story of how this could actually happen in the United States to American citizens in the U.S. judicial system.
One thing that I would like to bring up just for the audience, with everything that's going on today in politics and in our country, is when I made the phone call, I had no idea that you were a liberal. And I think the first thing that you said to me is, I just want you to know I'm a liberal.
Yeah.
And which actually I think is great, because it brings a new light to this, and it shows that regardless of what everybody sees in the media today, that there are things that Democrats and Republicans can come together on for the greater good, and you don't see that anymore anywhere in the media. And so when I get the opportunity, I want to bring that out and tell people and show people that it's possible to still work together. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. It was so obvious to me that this is one of the basic things that we all need to agree on, is that the criminal justice system needs to work for everybody. There needs to be a presumption of innocence, regardless of what your job is or who you work for or who you support politically. And one of the reasons that I kept going on this case for so long, and I was so passionate about it, is a little selfish, which is I don't ever want this to happen to me or anybody else who I love. And it was such a broadening experience for me because I grew up in a big city. I worked in Los Angeles for a long time. That's most of my media experience. And I was covering, 4 red state, small town guys and their families, and really getting to know them and the reason that they think the way that they do and what is expected of the justice system. And that's something that we all agree on, regardless of where we're from. So it's really important that we stand up for each other, especially in this country. It's the most basic thing that we all deserve.
You're a major reason on how these guys got pardoned. And you and the team that you put together on the podcast, you got Trump's attention, and congratulations, because it worked.
Yeah.
But before we kind of dive into the nitty-gritty stuff that happened in court and all the evidence withholding, how did you get involved in this whole thing?
That's a really kind of funny story, and I'll tell you the whole thing. You can keep it in or not, but I had this Shih Tzu named Jessica Simpson, who's one of my favorite actresses. I just think she's really cool. And she went outside one day. I mean, she never did this. She got out in the front yard of the house where I was living in Texas with my boyfriend, and she dragged a newspaper. And she'd never done this. And we lived in a really blue-collar neighborhood. Not a lot of people got newspapers. So I was like, this is weird. I wonder who this is. And I sort of ignored it. And then over the next few weeks, like she would just every once in a while get out and bring the paper to our door. And so my boyfriend just picked it up, and he would read it. And one of the the times that she dragged the paper in was the story of the Raven 23 guys getting sentenced in 2015, and he saw Dustin Hurd's name, and he said, I wonder if this is my good friend's kid. But he lives in Maryville, Tennessee, and he said, but I think this is him. And he said, there is no way this kid did this. There is no way that he did it. And he was really upset about it. And, obviously I'm investigating later, and he said, you want to do something about this? And I said, no way, dude. I'm a business reporter. I don't know anything about foreign policy or the military. I was totally against the Iraq War, and I'm not touching this. But he kept bugging me about it. And a few months later, when we went to back to his hometown, Alney, Texas, we met Stacy Hurd, Dustin's dad, and my boyfriend pushed me, on him and said, she can help you with this. And I said, all right, give me the case file, because I've actually done a lot of reporting on criminal cases. I won some awards, investigative awards. So just give me the case transcript and I'll look at it. So I got it over Christmas, and I went over it in 2016 for a few months. And I looked at it and I thought, there are a lot of irregularities in this case. There's things that I would have questioned, things that should have resulted in a new trial. Prosecutors had hidden some evidence or refused or failed to turn it over when they did that. There are just some things here that really don't seem right. But I'm not a lawyer, so I wasn't sure. And about the same time, the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers wrote an amicus brief supporting these guys and saying that they should never have gone to trial at all, that the case was rife with prosecutorial vindictiveness and misconduct, that the judge had made fatal errors, that there were precedents that were being made in this case that were dangerous for civil liberties. So I then thought, okay, I'm not crazy. There is something really wrong with this case. And that's when I said, okay, I'm going to go and visit these guys in prison. And if they are good guys and I feel comfortable with this, then I'm going to take this and try to get some coverage for it or write something. I didn't know what I was going to do, but that's how I got involved.
So you picked it up pretty much right after they went to prison.
Right, yeah. So they got sentenced, I think it was October of 2015, and then I heard about it, it was April, I heard about it sometime in that same time frame, like days after they got sentenced, because we saw it in the paper. So it took me about 8 months, I would say, to actually convince myself to do it.
Wow. And you pretty much put just about everything on hold and gave damn near 6 years of your career to get these guys.
Yeah, I mean, there were times when it was, like, I went to graduate school during those years also, and, had some family things that I had to take care of. But, yeah, I mean, I wrote my Netflix book, I did a movie, but this was always on the back burner. I was always trying to find some way to get some publicity for this, but it wasn't clear exactly how that was going to happen because there was such animus against these guys. They were monsters, they were war criminals, and all this stuff. So it seemed like a real losing battle. And in fact, I had colleagues of mine, and in fact, my agent, when I went to him, said, "Don't touch this. Nobody wants to hear about this. No one's interested in this anymore. Just let it lie. It isn't going to hurt." And I couldn't interest anyone in it, and that was the really difficult part. There were a lot of moments when I would be talking to them over email, or they would call me from prison. We would try to figure out, what can we do? How can we get some light brought on this case? Because as it unfolded, there were more and more crimes that were committed against them in the course of these 3 trials that took place. I mean, the prosecution was shameless. They just kept violating their rights, and nobody seemed to care. That was the most frustrating thing.
Well, let's move right into it. So I'm going to use this report that you sent to kind of guide me here, because this case is so complicated.
Okay.
But just before we get started, I just want to let the audience know that we're going to be, Gina's going to prompt us if there's actually emails or documents, videos, everything is linked below in the description. So if you don't believe us, you don't have to take our fucking word for it. You can go to the description and download the documents yourself, and we'll be splicing videos in of evidence throughout the evening.
Great.
So I'm going to let you pick it up.
Okay, so just to talk about how this got started. So the most important thing to remember here is this case dragged on for 13.
I don't know how I'm not hitting this big hitbox, bro. I've been having trouble all day, even in team deathmatch. Power shift, dude right in front of me. Dude right in front of me. There's no way I'm missing. There's no way I'm missing. So close.
The Obama administration was very interested in getting Nouri al-Maliki elected as prime minister because they felt that they could work with him. But his big beef when the Blackwater guys were pardoned was, you know, I need somebody to blame for all the violence that's going on here. And you just let these guys go, and I need a win. I need to not put soft switching. So you need to bring this case back. It was 2 days after the judge threw the case out, not on a technicality, but because the prosecutors had violated their constitutional rights so thoroughly that the judge said, you can't bring this case today. And so there were certain second in command at the state said, what do we want to do to bring this case back? We know that because there were server that we found that showed exactly that. So that's one document is Hillary Clinton talking to Gerald Kelly saying, what do we have to do to bring this back? At the time, the State Department, the Baghdad were writing cables to Washington D.C. saying, oh my gosh, Iraq is going crazy, Baghdad is going crazy, they're so angry that this case was dropped. Something about this. And the only things that they were upset about was that they were very but look all of our youth out of this is in 2000, early 2000. They called contractors out of the country who were protecting U.S. diplomats. And they were talking about nullifying some leases with ExxonMobil. All of those things are in the diplomatic cables that I gave you, and people can read them, and they can see all of the things that were coming out of Baghdad at the time. The imams were upset about it. The Iraqi Congress was upset about it. Everyone was up in arms about this and blaming.
I gotta go AFK for. I gotta let the dogs out, so.
of Monaco, where contestants will scale walls and dive off rooftops to deliver a riveting showdown. All right, the ultra rares, the boundless, the tough shells, and finally, the steamrollers. The showdown starts now.
It's a mystifying day in the arena as our contestants face the added challenge of reduced visibility.
Looks like our arena has loaded without mishap this time. I bet our contestants will want to leave an impression, though. The steamrollers are putting the squeeze on Vault 1. Vault 2 is getting thrown by the tough shells. We've got some trigger-happy contestants out there today. Love it! Let's go!
Strategic, Scotty. It's a delicate balance. This is it. The first team wipe of the round.
Yeah, the Boundless got the worst of that moment. The Boundless are back in play. The Steamrollers show strength as they start the first cash out. Let's bring the heat. And the scene changes. The Boundless have turned the tables with a cash box in their grip. The Boundless are making moves. Cash out started. Going for that zip line.
Enemy down there. Enemy down there. Great team play.
Money may not grow on trees, but a new vault just appeared in the arena.
Sky Laser is drawn to stationary contestants and adds to sugar. That should keep things moving in the arena.
Bada bing! That's a cash out for the Steamrollers.
All our teams have triggered overtime, so we get to enjoy this match a bit longer. That was nice of them.
Engage at Vault 6!
The Tough Shells are taking control. Cash
Go
out
for a
in
steal on B!
progress. Our orbital lasers event is still active, so our contestants need to keep moving to avoid going out like a light. The Steamrollers are going flat out in the arena. They're opening a vault. The Boundless swooped up the cash box.
Game show event wrapped. Can the contestants stay sharp?
Only 30 seconds left. Every second matters now.
Every second counts now, Scotty. Right back and play.
The Steamrollers roll into first place, powering through to the next stage.
And also moving to the next round, we have the Boundless. Nicely done.
All right, the Boundless, the Mighty, the Kingfish, and finally, the Steamrollers. Step lively, folks. We're back for another cash bonanza.
With the arena cloaked in darkness, our contestants may want to use the cover of low visibility to outwit their opponents.
I've heard of Duck Duck Goose, but never Duck Goes Boom. Our contestants have a rather unique visitor. The Steamrollers are opening Vault 1.
Time to get out my statistics tracker. The Boundless
swooped up a cash box.
Enemy spotted up there!
The mighty push forward with intensity. With relentless force, the steamroller is leading the charge. Up there!
Let's do this! Three threats to raise before the bolt even fills the breeze!
The Kingfish made an awesome steal there.
Remember, that's illegal in many jurisdictions, but not here.
Watch out! Down here!
It's in. The steamroller is bold statement with the first cash out of the match. The mighty have started to unpack Vault 3. The Kingfish banked their earnings. Cash out complete.
They claimed control and followed it through.
The mighty swooped up a cash box. The steamrollers have turned up the heat and rolled back into the
Definitely.
fight.
Things are about to get a bit more explosive as contestants that are eliminated in the arena will go kaboom.
It's all action now as the mighty drive things forward. We've hit the halfway mark and the action is ramping up.
This is where the magic happens.
here.
That ball was there. Steal on C, going in.
Slightly less than a mighty performance from the mighty. They're down again. The Kingfish spotted an enemy. Cash out. That's the sound of the Valkyries making off with a completed cash out. Just on the doctor ordered. Another vault. The Kingfish made off with a cash out.
Aggressive and impressive. Dropping their tech. The Kingfish are swinging against the current for a recovery.
Dragging the sandbag like it's good.
Using glitch grenade. The mighty grabbed a cash box.
Let's see who can.
Well, folks, the Kingfish are the team to beat as we swim into the final round.
And the Steamrollers will also join our upcoming two-team clash. Are they ready to roll into first place this time?
Okay, folks, it's the big show. It's what we've all been waiting for. It's the final round. Here they are, the Kingfish versus the Steamrollers. This is the end game, gang. Win big or go bust.
It's time for the final round of this tournament. This means a slight change to the rules. The first team to reach 50,000 will be our winners. You ready, Scotty?
Am I ready? June, I've been doing most of the commentating all tournament. The Kingfish are making a move, unlocking Vault 1.
Enemy spotted! Up there!
shake off. The Steamrollers need to reboot.
They just filed 4 resignations! Violently! Going up, follow me!
Our first cash out goes to the Kingfish. Let's see whether they can keep that momentum going.
Now that's the payoff you hope for with a steal.
Reviving! Cover me! Enemy spotted! Up there!
Converge on Vault 2! If it bleeds, it's probably already gone! Back to back! Flawless execution!
A breakdown for the Steamrollers. They're down again.
Enemy! Up there! Every elimination landed like a hammer to
Sudden stop for the Steamrollers.
Hold on, viewers. Looks like a Pixel Pack challenge is unfolding
Going up
here in
there.
our game show event. And it seems to feature waves of unexpected visitors.
attack that spot! Up there!
Majestic play by the
Up there.
Kingfish. Cash out started.
Thermite out!
again and netting the win in the final round, it's the Kingfish. Congratulations to our rising stars. from Sis Horizon, a virtual battleground that's sure to challenge our worthy contestants to the max. Brilliant! The Ultra Rares, the Steamrollers, the Powerhouses, and finally, the High Notes. And the doors are open. Go, go, go!
With plenty of sun and perfect visibility, it's a prime day for making bold plays.
The Steamrollers are going flat out in arena. They're opening vault one. The High Notes got the cash box.
Strike one! Reality fight! Am I right?
The teams have made their intentions clear with that first elimination. Now let the real showdown begin.
It's go time.
Absolutely, Scotty, absolutely.
Early action from the High Notes. They've started the first cash out. The Powerhouses are back in action. Here we go. The Ultra Rares are stirring things up. The Ultra Rares are down. They'll need to regroup and adjust their tactics. Fantastic steal by the Powerhouses.
They're signaling something, Scotty. They're saying game on.
Last problem, security in check.
The Ultra Rares are re-engaging.
They certainly look determined. The Powerhouses could be their first target.
This is exactly what the High Notes needed. First cash out.
They found their rhythm with that play.
The Powerhouses prove unstoppable with that well-earned cash out.
I just love when a well-timed steal hits the jackpot.
The Ultra Rares have respawned.
They're back in the fight. The Powerhouses might be about to feel the full force of revenge.
There's a breach over at Vault 3 by the Powerhouses. The High Notes are playing into Vault 4. The High Notes swooped up a cash box.
Right on!
The High surface. Let the chaos unfold. Enemy spotted. Up there. The steamrollers get flattened once more. Bad luck.
Let's see who has the nerve to make it count. It's not over till it's over. The result of this match will be determined in overtime.
Turning up the heat. Power Forces fire up the action. The steamrollers are stuck in last place. They'll need to power through quickly. The steamrollers have commandeered a cash out. Nice steal.
That's the end of this game show event. Let's see if the contestants can refocus.
It's not looking good for the steamrollers. They have to regain control. The steamrollers have respawned. Let's see how they bounce back.
Ultra Flares eliminated them earlier. Prepare for a return strike.
There was no stopping the steamrollers in this one, June. Let's see if the other teams manage to slow them down in the next round.
And our second qualifiers after this match will be the high notes.
All right, the Boundless, the Steamrollers, the Overdogs, and finally, the High Notes. Here we go again, people. Crank up the heat.
The arena is tranquil under the evening sky, but with good visibility, the action is about to begin.
Drum roll, please. The High Notes are opening Vault 2. The Overdogs are plucking at Vault 1.
Gonna use that zip line.
We could be witnessing the birth of new rivalries here. We've got our first elimination.
That's right, June. I'm so excited right now, I didn't even hear what you said.
Going up there.
It's contagious, Scotty. Let's see where this energy takes us. Looks like we've just witnessed our first team wipe, people.
That's a rough patch for the Boundless. initiated.
Watch out, there!
Impressive steal by the Boundless.
Risky moves reap rewards.
Let's go
A
already!
bit of a recurring nightmare for the Boundless. Another one.
That's right, I guess they have limits after all.
That's Harmony under pressure. The High Notes took that cash out back. The High Notes have upped their pace.
Message clear, station safe.
The Boundless have respawned. Let's see how they bounce back.
I bet they're ready to make some
I'm gonna
noise.
use that
If I
zip
were the
line.
high notes, I'd watch my back.
What a way to open the match. The High Notes land the first cash out.
Or a result of a beautifully set up steal.
Drilling into Vault 3, it's the Steamrollers. Overdogs complete a cash out, proving once and for all that every dog has its day. A new challenge awaits. A new vault has appeared. The Steamrollers got the cash box. The Overdogs piling into Vault 4. The Boundless can't seem to catch their stride. They're down again. The Steamrollers are keeping it strong. The line. The High Notes just made their return to the arena.
They're back on track and looking to flatten the steamrollers.
entering the arena. Score for the Boundless. Cash out completed with flair. The arena just got a little more interesting. There's a new ball.
A contestant's elimination streak is heating up and showing no signs of cooling down.
The Overdogs are all business. Cash out complete.
Teamwork is on another level. I'm really impressed.
The Boundless are opening the ball.
Prepare to witness a good kind of complete and utter chaos as we turn up the dial on damage in the arena.
The Overdogs just made their return to the arena.
Let's hope they can avoid any awkward moments this time.
The Steamrollers are unrolling a vault. It's now or never. Only a minute to make it count.
The teams need to give it everything they've got right now. Don't walk away now. Overtime is happening.
Cash out fired by the Boundless. Things are heating up. The Steamrollers need to act fast now. A breakdown for the Steamrollers. They're down again.
They were on the wrong side of that leveling.
Watch out. Ooh, nice one.
A contestant is moving from elimination to elimination.
Here we are, down to the final 30 seconds.
TikTok Scotty, time for some last minute moves.
Well, the Boundless are the team to beat as we catapult into the final round.
And we'll find out whether the Overdogs have learned some new tricks to earn them the top spot in the
waits for no one, folks. Let's do this.
Iraqi civilians. So this is, if you look at these, it's very obvious where the impetus to try these guys came from. So for the rest of that year, they went to grand juries to come up with a theory of how to put these guys in prison for a combat-related incident. And that's difficult because if you're going to charge someone with manslaughter or murder, they can't be trying to defend themselves, which is what was happening. There was evidence that is now, we have a video that we gave you showing Army investigators looking at shell casings on top of the bus stop that show that insurgents were shooting at these guys. I think they probably described that there were probably 8 to 10 insurgents in the square, and they, when they returned from the incident, told the State Department investigators exactly where they were. The next day, the State Department went out and found shell casings in the places where they had designated, and the State Department said, this is a clean shoot. There is no problem. And then they came up with this ridiculous theory that they have. So they go to trial and they are convicted. The prosecutors bring over the largest number of foreign witnesses ever in any U.S. trial to testify. There was a failure of the defense to challenge the number of victims. So you had all of these people coming to testify on the screen in Washington, D.C., and it was, I'm sure, extremely difficult for a jury to rule against these people. I mean, some of them definitely have lost loved ones and have seen horrible carnage, but it's not even really clear whether all of that occurred in Leicester Square, because there were 2 other incidents that happened that same day. So this was such a flawed investigation that
Let's start on the, you've written a great timeline here.
Oh, okay.
And I want to go kind of start from the top. Why did the government indict these men in 2008 and wait almost 7 years to try them in 2014?
Okay, so as I said, the first judge to hear this case was Judge Ricardo Urbina. He was a Clinton appointee, and he looked at the case and he said, no, not only do you have some technical issues here with using their statements against them, but you don't have a case. You violated their constitutional rights multiple times. So I'm throwing this case out. You can't bring it. So then it goes to the appeals court. And as I described, the appeals court comes back and says, yeah, you can try them. So all this political stuff is happening at the same time, but it takes such a long time for them to formulate a new theory of the case, to get witnesses like Jeremy Ridgway, who was their main witness, and Matt Murphy, and some of these other guys, to change their story and do plea deals, that it took that long to re-indict them and bring them back. And at the same time, the FBI and exerted an immense amount of pressure on them just to plead guilty and testify against them, because they didn't want to bring this case to trial because they had no case. So that's why it took so long.
Okay. Before we kind of get into all the corruption and evidence that was withheld, they weren't even allowed to try them, or got extremely tricky because they extraterritorial judicial act.
Right.
And so basically what that is saying is they couldn't, that was saying they couldn't try them in Iraq, correct? So they had to bring them home.
Yeah, it's something like that. Okay, so when they were caught in a gray zone. All of them are veterans, and had this happen while they were in their respective services, they would have, come home and been tried in the military justice system. Because they were contractors, there was an order that Paul Bremer made when he was in charge of Iraq when he first invaded that said that any civilian contractors or civilian employees of the United States had to come back to the United States to be tried. But there was question as to whether or not they could be tried under NEJA because that applied to defense-related contracts.
DOD.
Exactly. So the Blackwater was working for the Department of State. They were protecting diplomats, and that was what their job was. Because it was so violent in Iraq, there was a lot of overlap with their mission. They would actually get called out to help the DOD on different combat missions, and so because of this, they wanted to try them under NEJA. Now they argued that that's not right. We shouldn't have to be charged under that. We should just have civilian contractors under the State Department. But they lost that. The appellate court said that they actually were on the defense mission, even though the number 2 guy testified for the defense and said, no, I am number 2 at the Defense Department. They weren't working for us. They're State Department contractors.
What's interesting is I think I was talking to Nick offline at dinner the night before I interviewed them, and how they kind of went around that is they saved a Army convoy that got hit, and so they saved active duty service members' lives, and they used that against them so that they could try them under.
Right. So and they got a lot. Several leading up to the Civil War incident, they were called out a lot to support the Army. So that just makes it even more galling that they're out there doing an active duty combat mission, not just protecting diplomats. They
So, kind of moving on about the next kind of block we have here is why did this take so damn long, which we kind of covered. But,
no, it was 3, don't forget it was 3 trials. So
yeah.
we had the 2014 trial, all of them were and the appellate court said, okay, Nick Slatton should be tried separately. And so he gets a new trial, and these other guys need to be resentenced because this gun charge that you convicted them on does not apply to them. So that dragged on. The judge was waiting for Nick to be retried. They retried one time, and the jury found hung, and they didn't get a conviction. And then they went back again and convicted him 3 months later. Then the guys were able to appeal. So, it was horrible. It was so bad of the government to do this. 13 years on those families, 13 years on those guys. It was absolutely a waste of resources.
Nick took a polygraph, and so before, not just any polygraph, according to Nick, the top polygrapher from FBI had recently retired and was now, had kind of started his own private business. So they hired him to give Nick the polygraph, and it sounded like the gentleman that gave him the polygraph was convinced himself that this guy was guilty, and kind of verbalized that I'm going to find this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that polygraph was kind of like the last desperate act because there was no evidence that Nick did what he was accused of. And in fact, the government, ridiculous theory that somehow out of the porthole of one of the vehicles that he was able to shoot someone that wasn't even in the range of his rifle, and that he shot this white driver of the white Kia, even though Paul Slough and every other team member on Raven 23 said Paul Slough did it. Paul Slough made 4 sworn statements. I'm the one who shot the Kia driver. Everybody said Paul Slough shot the Kia driver. The FBI told the father of the Kia driver that Paul Slough shot his son. In fact, the FBI tried to bring the father back to the United States to testify against Nick in his second and third trial. And the guy said, no, we have that email too. He told the FBI, I will not come back and testify against Nick Slatton. You told me for 7 years that it was Paul Slough that shot my son. I won't come and participate in this lie. So I don't know what more you need. They had no forensic evidence. In fact, it wasn't even physically possible for him to have shot the Kia driver. You have Paul Slough saying, I shot it, in all the sworn statements that he made, contemporaneous and for years after that. No one said Nick Slatton shot the Kia driver except for the prosecutors. So this attempt to exonerate himself and to bring some kind of sanity into these proceedings was him going to the polygrapher and saying, can you just show I'm not lying? But that failed too because they decided to prosecute him again.
Yeah. So how did they just, because this gets so frustrating because of how did they just completely dismiss the fact that Paul was the one that shot the white Kia, and now they're bringing it onto Nick, and they used their statements that they made at the end, which was apparently also illegal, to use those. So what happened? They had Ridgway, who flipped his entire story, who said all along that they had taken contact, they were receiving fire, and that it was self-defense.
Yeah.
Then Ridgway changes the story. How did, to where that they shot first, how did they switch, how did this happen?
I mean, this is the most difficult thing to understand because it's not like nobody knew about this case. The national and international media were covering this case. Nothing was in secret. They just literally, between the time that Judge Urbina was threw the case out to when they brought it back and this other judge named Judge Lambert took it over, they simply decided, okay, we're going to go to a grand jury, and instead of letting people testify, the witnesses testify to what they saw, we're going to write them summaries, and the summaries are going to be whatever we say they are. So we're going to take all the witness statements and we're going to edit them just to say all the stuff that we want them to say. They kept out everything that was exculpatory towards the guys, all the evidence from these summaries that were given out. They were threatening witnesses. They were hiding evidence from witnesses who, like Jeremy Ridgway, who ended up testifying against the guys. So those witnesses felt like, okay, I'm going to be railroaded. I might as well just fall in line. That was the decision that Ridgway apparently made because he didn't know that there were shell casings that were found. There were photographs that the prosecutors had. There was plenty of evidence showing that this was a gun battle and not some kind of freak out by these guys like the prosecutors were saying. They just completely made up this theory of the case and they shopped it to the grand jury and they got away with it. And there's a wonderful document that I'll give you, which was written by a courthouse who was representing this guy named Donald Ball, who was also in the case for a while. But this lawyer said to the prosecutors, hey, you better watch out because if you're doing this, you're going to report me for misconduct. he saw what presented to the jury. So every single witness that testified, there was shooting, even the Iraqi witness, you remove that from what you presented to the grand jury. This cannot be right. So by this time, I have the same judge, Judge Member, who, for some reason, just decides to go along with whatever these prosecutors do. He allows this case to go forward, even with these flawed indictments. And he just kind of went along with the story. The prosecutors would come forward and they were caught not bringing in evidence that the defense eventually found out about. He would say, series of harmless errors. So the judge was also complicit in this. And it's not just me saying this. The National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers also questioned this judge and his rulings, found him very convicted, found him violating civil rights. So it was very disturbing, and it happened in broad daylight, and no one in the media questioned this, which was very upsetting to me.
You brought up some interesting quotes in your document about this judge who also had something happen to him in Vietnam. Do you want to dive into that a little bit?
Sure. So that was another thing that was really disturbing to me, because when I was trying to get people interested in this story, they would say, well, how can the judges allow this? And I thought, you know what, I got to figure out how this happens. So I went and did a good investigation. He's a career federal employee. He was a JAG in Vietnam for a year. He went in country. And there's an incident that he talks about a lot that he seems to be very proud of, which I find incredibly critical, and that is that he went to a village to investigate a case in which some rangers were accused of capturing some Viet Cong guys and slitting them open and stuffing their bodies with rice. And this obviously was a war crime. They were caught talking about it in a bar. So he was charged with representing them. He flew into the place where the bodies were supposed to be. But on the way down to landing, the helicopter started at the engine point. He freaked out and grabbed an automatic weapon and started firing into the jungle towards the village, just firing like crazy because he thought that they were being shot at. And they have this hard landing, and he realizes, haha, nothing was happening. It was just engine trouble. So that to me was so incredibly hypocritical that he could sit on the stand and accuse these guys of freaking out and losing their cool, and they're good men, but they just lost their nerve. Well, that's what happened to you. You ought to know about that, but that isn't what happened to these men. There's no evidence that they did this. And the other thing that about this was that he bragged that he wasn't allowed, that he won that case in favor of the Rangers because they couldn't find the victim's body. There were no autopsies in this case. None. And so here you have this major case with not one single autopsy report. So how are you proud of that? That you're putting these veterans in prison with no evidence whatsoever.
Let's talk about all of the evidence withholding, starting with maybe the first thing, and that was the rounds.
Right. Okay, so let me get to the page of that page, because there's a lot to go through. This was so incredibly angering, because this didn't just happen. Again, there were 3 trials, so this was a constant element in this case. So in the very first case, involving all 4 of them, there were 2 major Brady violations, and that's a violation when the prosecution is aware that it has exculpatory evidence and doesn't turn it over. So the first thing was there were photographs taken right after the incident, within minutes of Raven 23 exiting Mr. Square. There was an Army captain named Peter Decro, who was at a base right near Mr. Square, and heard the gunshots came out with a camera to take photographs to see what had happened. We also interviewed several of the Iraqi civilians who were walking around in the square at the time. Those civilians described hearing a gunfight. They described seeing gunmen who were shooting at them. They showed here are the evidence. So Decorah took pictures of these shell casings, handed over the notes that he took of his interviews with these Iraqi civilians, handed over the film to the Army investigators, and they were lost. They were lost until halfway through the first trial, and the prosecutors magically found them. And the witnesses were lost. They're lost forever.
Do you have these pictures by chance?
Yes.
Well, put them on screen here real quick.
Okay. And we also have
down
at
there.
the beginning, Army investigators to the square and took video of this. So we also have video of that investigation. We received AK-47 shells. So that was one. The second thing was during the trial, there was a witness who was very important, who was a traffic cop who was in a kiosk real near the square. And he was right the closest policeman to the Kia that was shot. And in his testimony in the trial, he testified that the driver was shot and like immediately coming into the square, and that he ran to the car and he was trying to get the mother out, and then she was shot, and he had to retreat. Well, so the guys get convicted, and they do something called conviction, which allow people to tell the judge, this is how this affected you, and this is why you should sentence this person harshly or whatever. So this guy writes a statement that says, well, I didn't really want to get the car. I actually was so afraid that I stayed in my kiosk, but I could hear the boy and his mother in the Kia talking about what to do because they were being shot at. And this is completely different from what he testified to, and it proves that Nick Slatton could not have killed that driver, because the prosecution's theory was that he drove into the square, shot the driver so that he could set off this massacre of Iraqi civilians. So clearly, there's a huge discrepancy in this guy's testimony. That was not disclosed to the defense until about 5 days before sentencing. And it was buried at the bottom of this massive pile of victim impact statements. They didn't tell anybody. And so when the defense found it, they moved for a new trial, and the judge said no.
Wow.
So that was the first two in that in the first trial.
Before we move on with the for everybody listening, the white Kia it did wind up being two innocent people.
Exactly. But the other thing that Peter Decorah, the Army captain who testified and who took pictures of the shell casings and talked to the witnesses, the other thing that he said that was so critical that didn't get introduced at trial was that these Iraqi witnesses said the white Kia punched forward like a car bomb.
Mm-hmm.
And, as they, I'm sure, told you, they had received a security briefing that day saying, look out for a white Kia, it might be a car bomb. So there was it was very tragic, but there was a reason for them. They had a reasonable belief, because of the way that this vehicle was behaving, that it was a car bomb.
It was a justified engagement, and I believe the court even said that was a justified engagement, correct?
At one point, yes.
And so, just for everybody listening, the whole reason that was a justified shoot is because that's their tactics. They load up a car. 9 times out of 10, it's a white Corolla or a white Kia.
Yeah.
And there's signs everywhere. They went through the use of force, and the car just kept coming. If it doesn't stop and you're going through use of force, then you have to protect yourself because it may be a car bomb. And there was a VBID. Was it a VBID or a
Yes.
regular ID that just went off
Yeah, like 20 minutes earlier.
20 minutes
Yeah.
before they came out?
Yeah, so it was perfectly reasonable for them to believe that this was an attack on them. And like I said, Iraqi witnesses interviewed by Peter Devereaux also believed that it was a car bomb. So, you know, I mean, the thing is, the standard for self-defense was met. And they should never have been tried. They shouldn't have. Anyway, so...
And as we talked earlier, these guys only come out, they only leave the green zone if there's an engagement and they need to, and somebody needs backups and they need somebody out of a gunfight. And so they're not just rolling around town looking around.
Okay, so I want to go quickly through the rest of this. So then there was also some evidence that, this is so ridiculous, there was a drone, an army drone flying over the scene at the time of this, and they managed to find out about the footage, the defense did, and said, okay, you need to preserve this. They said this to the government, you need to preserve this so that we can examine it and look and see if it helps our case. Well, oh my gosh, what happened? When they finally got to look at it, a huge chunk in the middle was gone. And the defense asked the government, and the government said, well, it was your responsibility to get this preserved, which is completely bullshit. And then the second thing was, well, we repurposed this. But if it's repurposed, then why is the beginning and the end still there in the middle?
They have, talking to these guys, they had this drone footage actually had them rolling out to Nasser Square. You can see the vehicles rolling out. Then the footage is cut. And then when it picks back up, I think they said it was maybe a 10-minute segment gone, missing. When the drone footage picks back up, you can actually still see where the radiator leaked all its fluid on the ground. It still hadn't dried up. By the way, it's about 100 and I don't know how many degrees every day in Baghdad.
Right, and the other thing that we all wanted to know about was there was testimony from some of the helicopter pilots that were flying over at the time, and also some civilians, that there were gunmen dressed as Iraqi police and Iraqi army who were leaving the scene after this was over and taking off these uniforms and abandoning them. So, you know, if that was the case, you know, the government's theory that there were no gunmen in the square is completely null and void. Which brings me to one of the other most important Brady violations that occurred during this case, which was the government contended there were no enemy guns, there were no terrorists, and yet they had evidence that the guy who investigated this case, the Iraqi National Police colonel named Faris Karim, was known to U.S. intelligence as a potential terrorist. He was allegedly selling information about American troop movements to the Ba'ath and Mahdi army. And they knew this, and they didn't turn this over. When the defense finally asked for evidence, just any kind of background that the government had on witnesses, policemen, army people who were in the square that day, they came up with 2 people that had held trials. One was the guy who headed the investigation, and they couldn't figure out who the other one was. So that nullifies the government's theory that there were no terrorists in the square that day. And they didn't get that evidence until 2018.
Is this the same guy that they flew into the U.S.
And then didn't call him.
to testify? And then somebody had leaked to the prosecution that he had two different ties to he had ties to two different terrorist organizations, so they quietly flew him back in the middle of the night before court the next day.
Right. I heard that theory. I was never able to confirm it. I had no cooperation from the Department of Justice at all. I filed multiple Freedom of Information Act requests about this case. I never got one single document. I went to Washington, D.C. during this sentencing and tried to talk to the prosecutor, the lead prosecutor there, who ran to me like little red riding hood. So it's been very difficult, especially talking to them about who these Iraqi witnesses were. I know that none of them had any kind of background checks before they came into the United States. And nothing was shared about these people to anyone until Nick Slatton's second trial. So so we don't know a lot about what was going on, but it seems pretty clear from the summaries that were filed by the government that this guy who was prosecuting American soldiers was a terrorist.
Wow.
Is that unbelievable?
That is infuriating, to say the least.
And they don't even know who the second guy is because the judge didn't appeal the report. These are 13-year-old reports. Why can't we see them? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. That's a damn good question. Maybe we'll get to see them someday.
Maybe.
I
Okay,
doubt it.
so that's one. Let's see, where were we? Those were the two, all the cases, but there were more. I mean, there were so many more things that they did. Oh, let's talk about the DART mission.
Okay.
That's a good one. Okay, so one of the main things that the government had to do to keep Nick Slatton in the case and prove their theory that he, had this, like an Iraqi serial killer who, had this tactic where he would go into these engagements and purposely shoot somebody innocent so that he could, convince the rest of the people around him to just set off a mass shoot. That was their theory, was that he hated Iraqis so much that he had these different engagements where, he wouldn't really see a threat. He would try to get everybody to go along with him and kill as many Iraqis as possible. So the only way that they can prove that he had intent to commit murder, which you've got to have, and premeditation, those are the two main elements that separate manslaughter from murder. And so how do you prove that when he goes into a combat situation, he's never seen a victim before, and he doesn't know anything about the situation? So this is how they do it. They decide that they're going to prove that he's done this before. So a few days or weeks before the Mr. Square incident, Blackwater gets called to help rescue a helicopter. Okay, it's a few miles outside of Baghdad, and the army is already there by the time Blackwater gets there. Nick is a sniper, and he sees a guy in an apartment building who has a scope and a rifle, and he shoots the guy and takes him out. At the time, the army says, this is a clean shot. It happens probably 20 or 30 minutes after a lot of other ordnance was shot into the building during this engagement by the army. And that's really what happened. It's completely unremarkable because it happened every day. But the prosecution seizes on this, and because the defense has no record of this incident, they completely reconstruct it to be, guess what? Blackwater rolls up and Nick Slatton says to his buddies, Jeremy Ridgway and Matt Murphy, hey guys, I'm going to just shoot somebody. You just follow my lead. And he gives them a wink and a nod. And that's what the prosecutors say.
Who told the prosecution that? Was it one of the guys?
No, I mean, this is the thing that's so crazy. They had a PowerPoint from the State Department, which investigated this. They had Matt Murphy and Jeremy Ridgway's original testimony from this, which described the incident the way that I described it at first. And then they had an Apache helicopter log telling them what the timeline of this all was. But instead of being straight with it, they take this incident and completely rewrite it to where Blackwater gets there first and Nick Slatton sets off this massacre by shooting another guy in the partnership. And Nick knew that it was complete bullshit, but nobody else, but they couldn't prove it because they had no documents showing this until after Nick is sentenced. Someone finally comes up and says, hey, here's what really happened on that shark mission. They completely fabricated it so that they could make it look like he had a prior incident where he was trying to get his fellow Blackwater guys to shoot at civilians.
Wow.
Is that unbelievable? So they get Matt Murphy and Jeremy Ridgway on the stand in the case, knowing that they had already testified to something completely different, got them on the stand and got them to lie about what happened in that truck mission in Nick's trial. And how these prosecutors are not in jail as a bar, I don't know. I can't think of anything that spells suborning perjury more than that. Oh, did they tell you about how the FBI used